on counterterrorism, but where even the definition of terrorism becomes...
I just want...
Plusnet's great value broadband's got you covered. Sit back and relax with full fibre from just $24.99 a month. It's fast and reliable with speeds up to 900 megabits. Oh, and award-winning too. So you can really, really relax. That's a plus. Call or visit plus.net to switch to us today. Offer ends 10th of September.
Hey, Sainsbury's, usual big shop. Can you save me a few quid?
Well, Wayne, try your Nectar prices.
My what?
Your Nectar prices. In your Nectar app, you'll find personalised discounts on up to 10 things you love. It's personalised to you, Wayne. Too personalised?
Yeah, just a touch.
Agreed, we'll stick to prices. Save every week with your Nectar prices. Sainsbury's, good food for all of us.
We should have left centuries ago.
It's okay. I'm with the AA.
Because the AA has more expert patrols in more places than anyone else, you'll be back on the road in no time. That's why millions of drivers choose the AA. Join today.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we offer a choice of funerals including direct cremation. We're right by you when you need us. Search online, call us or visit your local funeral home.
Let's play Win a Million. How many chances do you get to win £1 million every week?
5 chances. Final answer.
Congratulations! And now it's your chance to be a millionaire. Choose your 5 lucky numbers at winamillion.com and get 5 chances to win £1 million every week. Play now from just 50p or enter for free by post at winamillion.com.
With II's low flat pension fees, you could retire with more.
Really?
Open an interactive investor personal pension today.
Get the new Google Pixel 10 Pro on EE because powerful AI deserves the UK's best network.
Hey Gemini, help me organise my living room.
Got it. Let's get that sofa moved. Turn it around and place it on the other side of the room, against the wall. Try mixing books with photos on the shelf to make it feel like home.
Talk to Gemini about anything you see. Powered by EE. Offer ends 15th of September.
Wouldn't it be nice if life had a little more lift? Elevate your everyday with David Lloyd Clubs.
The UK's first human heart transplant has been completed, supported by the British Heart Foundation.
We were a noisy generation, but it might be something quiet we do that becomes our greatest legacy. Leave a gift in your will to the British Heart Foundation and fund groundbreaking research that could help save millions of lives. Search BHF Wills.
How do I make this?
Whether you're setting up a new nest, starting your own flock, or they just keep on growing, get more time to pay with VeryPay. You can buy now and pay up to 12 months later, and pay no interest, with nothing to pay at checkout. And you can easily keep track of payments in the Very app. More time to pay with VeryPay.
I've been thinking, I want to plan my funeral so it feels more like a celebration. My parents always said I was born dancing. I just love it. Bhangra, disco, even line dancing. So when my time comes, I want to have music, dancing, the lot.
With over 150 years experience, you can count on Co-op Funeral Care to help you pre-plan the funeral you want. To find out more, visit Co-op Funeral Care or give us a call.
To strengthen our trade with Central Asia in a substantive way, but connectivity, which our Prime Minister spoke about in his speech at the SCO Summit, connectivity has always been a problem, and this international North-South transport corridor is a great boost for that. So I think that too will be discussed between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. We're just waiting for the outcome of that meeting.
All right. We also have Dr. Brahmachalani, Strategic Affairs expert, and Professor Anuradha Chenoy, former Dean and Chairperson at the Center for Russian and Central Asian Studies, joining us now. And again, to quickly recap for our viewers who are just joining us, a major win for India at SCO, the strongest ever statement so far in the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor by India. At the SCO, you've had the joint statement which says, and I quote again, it has said very specifically that terrorism must be condemned. It has said strongly condemn the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. All right, we've got an update from Tianjin that the Prime Minister's meeting with President Putin is going to start very shortly. That's also the latest update here. But as far as that joint statement is concerned, member states strongly condemn the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. They've said that perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attack must be brought to justice. They recognize the leading role of sovereign states and their competent authorities in countering terrorist and extremist threats. They have also said that there should be a firm commitment to the fight against terrorism, separatism and extremism. It is inadmissible that anyone makes an attempt to use terrorist, separatist and extremist groups for mercenary purposes. So all of that made absolutely clear. Professor Brahmachalani, have you ever seen in recent memory a statement this strong, and especially where Pahalgam has been named and condemned?
I'm sorry to point out that the statement that has come out from the SCO Summit, the declaration, mirrors the language of the UN General Assembly resolution after Pahalgam. The G7 also has condemned the Pahalgam massacre in fairly similar language. In fact, the language on terrorism echoes the international consensus. There is no reference to cross-border terrorism. There was a reference to cross-border terrorism in the Modi-Trump joint statement that came out from Modi's White House visit in February. So I would temper this assessment that this breaks new ground. No, Pakistan has not been named, nor has Pakistan been implicitly criticized or attacked.
Dr. Chilani, give me 1 second. There is mention of cross-border terrorism. The member states strongly condemn terrorism in all forms and manifestations, stress that double standards in the fight against terrorism are unacceptable. They call on the international community to combat terrorism, including cross-border movement of terrorists. So that there is a mention of that. And while Pakistan, quite rightly you mentioned, hasn't been named, they've mentioned Pahalgam, and they've said that those states as authorities are from where terrorism takes place, it's incumbent on them to bring these terrorists or their handlers to justice. I think that's quite significant. The
It is
leading
significant.
role of sovereign states and their competent authorities in countering terrorist and extremist threats.
Yeah.
Well, I agree, Vishnu, that it's significant, but it's not breaking new ground. It's not new language that has not been used in the recent past after Pahalgam. The UN General Assembly resolution was pretty strong, and even the G7 statement was pretty forthright. And in terms of countering terrorism, the language clearly echoes the international consensus that there should be no leeway given, no room given to extremists and terrorists by any state. And as far as the Pahalgam massacre is concerned, there have been several statements at multilateral forums calling for the perpetrators of the Pahalgam massacre to be brought to justice. It's like the Mumbai attacks, like it's been become routine now to talk about the Mumbai massacre and call for the perpetrators to be brought to book. But we know years later, the perpetrators of the Mumbai massacre are still roaming freely.
But Dr. Chilani, what about China? China, and correct me if I'm wrong, hasn't ever signed on to a declaration as strong as this.
Also on June the 26th, Pahalgam was left out of a statement during the defense ministers' meet at the SCO. Rajnath Singh had a divergence over that, refused to sign that statement. So in the 2 months since that time, Pahalgam figures in this comment, in this statement, in this joint declaration.
You're absolutely right, Shiv. In fact, I was about to talk about China's agreement to this declaration. That is very important. First, the public messaging from Prime Minister Modi, the statement that he made from Chinese soil, that was very significant. And for China now to relent, because after Pahalgam massacre, it tried to obscure the entire thing. It condemned it in general terms. It tried to shield Pakistan, and its reaction to the Pahalgam massacre stood in stark contrast to its forthright condemnation when there was this terrorist attack on a Moscow concert hall in March 2024, in which more than 150 people were massacred. And China was quick to condemn the attack and to use strong language on that attack. But when Pahalgam happened, it took its time to react, and reacted very carefully, cautiously, in a way that it was not implicitly criticizing Pakistan. So today, allowing the reference to Pahalgam in the joint declaration clearly is a concession by China, and it's clear that the Xi Jinping-Modi meeting has softened China's stance on this issue. So clearly, this is some progress, but the bigger issue is, will China now stop shielding Pakistan? Because it's been aiding and abetting Pakistan's cross-border terrorism against India for many years. It's not just that China has been blocking UN designation of Pakistan-based terrorist organizations and individuals as global terrorists. It's also been aiding and abetting Pakistan's export of terrorism to India. The issue is, will there be a change in China's attitude toward Pakistan's sponsorship of cross-border terrorism? Because that's what matters. It's not declarations that matter at the end of the day. Even if we accept that the declaration breaks new ground, what matters is whether China will stop aiding and abetting Pakistan's terrorism against India.
Okay, let's take that question to Professor Anuradha Chenoy. The declaration...
Oh no! What's happened?
It's the car. Total nightmare. Completely packed up.
What are you going to do?
It's okay. I've got Drafty.
Drafty works like a pot of cash up to £3,000, and borrowing £100 for a month costs just over a fiver. Just go online, apply now, and the money will be sent to your bank in under 90 seconds.
It's easy. Just visit drafty.co.uk.
Let me tell you more about Drafty, a different way to borrow. If life throws you unexpected bills, if your washing machine just threw in the towel, literally, or if your car has lost its drive, visit drafty.co.uk and apply today.
There are no application fees, no subscription fees and no late fees. Simple. If you're a UK resident with a bank account, over 18 and earn over £1,250 per month, then you can apply online and Drafty will give you an almost instant decision.
Can you tell us about your experience, Anton?
Yeah, I first used Drafty when my car broke down and I didn't know what to do. Then I found Drafty. I borrowed what I needed to get myself back on the road. There were no hidden fees and how much it would cost was really clear. I also love that I have that pot of cash there if I ever need it again.
With Drafty, you can access up to £3,000 almost instantly. Try Drafty. It's a breeze to use. And borrowing £100 for a month costs just over a £5. Visit drafty.co.uk to apply online today. Drafty give you a personal credit limit so you can make withdrawals when it suits you. And they help you stay in control with repayment reminders, updates on your credit limit and ways to save money. You can access Drafty online and you'll have the money on the way to your bank in under 90 seconds.
How did you get on, Greg?
Well, what a day. The washing machine breaking was the last thing I needed. But honestly, knowing that Drafty's there for me to use when I want to, that's the freedom. The money was sent to my bank within minutes.
If you want to get on with life, try Drafty. With Drafty, you can borrow up to your personal credit limit almost instantly, and borrowing £100 for a month costs just over a £5. Visit drafty.co.uk to apply online today. Drafty have helped over 100,000 people access cash exactly when they needed a bit of flexibility. But don't take our word for it, their reviews speak for themselves. Drafty, it's a breeze to use. If approved, Drafty will give you access to a flexible pot of cash up to £3,000.
How did Drafty help you, Danny?
I just didn't realise the cost of moving house. It was stressful enough without money worries as well. I used Drafty and they were great. The money was sent to my bank within minutes, and it's reassuring to know they're there if I need them again.
At Drafty, they know life has its ups and downs. If you don't borrow, you don't pay anything. It doesn't get any easier than that.
Drafty, it's a breeze to use. Access up to £3,000 today with drafty.co.uk.
Sure. And also the fact is that Mr. Trump and the US want to re-enter South Asia. They have hyphenated India and Pakistan. And China is also giving a message to Pakistan that, you know, you're going to be part of a US anti-terrorism grouping again. US is seeking to have relations with the Pakistan army. And I don't think China likes that very much, even though Pakistan is trying to balance the two. So China is giving a message to Pakistan also. But of course, the behavior in the next few years will unfold and it will matter. Sure. But this is a step forward, and there is a conjuncture and there is a possibility where Russia's dream of a Russia-India-China kind of forum, or at least closer engagement, there is a possibility for that. They've been trying this since 1998 and it hasn't really worked because of the India-China differences. But I think earlier, as Veena Sikri said, you know, that 10 consensus points which came out when Wang Yi came, the framework is very unusual and very important. Yeah. In that also, these steps of de-escalation, sharing of hydrological information, etc., came out. So I think you have to see it holistically. Yeah. And things seem to be changing and moving. We're not in the same kind of status quo as we were pre-August 2025. I want to go back to
Dr. Chelani, just keep the strike rotating. Where does this leave Washington, Dr. Chelani, given the fact that besides everything else we've discussed, here you've had Vladimir Putin in his SCO speech thanking Prime Minister Modi and India, along with China, for their role in trying to bring an end to the Ukraine war. You know, whenever you told Americans or American commentators that, you know, New Delhi has also had a bit of a role, we've had a Prime Minister go across to Ukraine, etc., they sort of pushed it aside, saying, you know, India is not a serious player. And of late, we've seen all of these statements about how Russia-Ukraine is India's war. In that context, with Putin saying, thank you for trying to bring an end to this war, what message does it send Washington?
There's a double irony here, Vishnu. The first irony is that the US, which has long quoted India as a vital counterweight to China in the Indo-Pacific region, is now treating India more harshly than China. India faces sky-high tariffs, while China has been given a reprieve by Trump. The second irony is that, as the Alaska summit showed, Trump is seeking to peel Russia away from China. He's seeking to break the Sino-Russian de facto alliance against the US. So he's wooing Putin. He wants to break this unholy Sino-Russian alliance against the US. And the problem here is that while Trump recognizes that punishing Russia drove Russia closer to China, he is now repeating that very mistake with India. By declaring virtually economic war on India, he's accelerating India's effort to mend ties with Beijing. And the irony here is that at a time when the US needs India even more as a counterbalancing force in the Indo-Pacific, he's doing the opposite. While wooing Moscow, he's pushing New Delhi closer to Beijing. And I think, and the other part of it actually is how Trump's own India policy has dramatically changed. In the first term, that was the best period for US-India relations. India-US relations flourished in Trump's first term like they had never before. He gave India pride of place in his Indo-Pacific strategy.
All right, sir, I'm interrupting you for a second because we've got this video which has come in of what happened just a few minutes back of Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi sitting in the car. I think this is Putin's car, and the meeting is taking place apparently in Putin's hotel. So that's it. That is interesting. I believe this is the vehicle that President Putin. It's a Russian vehicle. Travels in. He often carries that outside with him. But I do now believe that these talks are likely taking place. That important bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin in Tianjin. Shortly after this, we'll expect a statement from the External Affairs Ministry, perhaps not a press conference, before the Prime Minister rushes back. At this stage, it appears that he might be a bit late in his departure because the overall SCO process has gone on a bit longer than expected. But do expect major positive outcomes to actually come out of the meeting with President Putin. You know, Shiv, earlier today, when we started anchoring this with Padmaja hours and hours ago, our expectation was on what might emerge with the Putin-Modi meet. In fact, it's changed completely to what's happened in the SCO. We never really thought that SCO would result in such a strong statement, which it has.
The SCO wasn't meant to be headline number one of the day. Of course, we have to leave some space for the Modi-Putin bilateral that's about to begin. We've got this very excited Russian journalist showing us the beast. I'd be just as excited as him, I'm guessing, if I was standing there right next to the beast as Modi and Putin enter that incredible vehicle to make their way to the bilateral venue. And I understand it's about to begin, but you're right, I completely agree. Who would have thought that the SCO joint statement was going to be as strong as it is, as significant as it is? Wasn't expected. Let's be honest. I think all indications were that even though there is this special coming together and consensus between these three leaders and these three countries,
PlusNet's great value broadband's got you covered. Sit back and relax with full fibre from just $24.99 a month. It's fast and reliable with speeds up to 900 megabits. Oh, and award-winning too. So you can really, really relax. That's a plus. Call or visit plus.net to switch to us today. Offer ends 10th of September.
You can count on Staysure, the UK's favourite travel insurance provider. We specialise in cover for over 50s with pre-existing medical conditions. And there's no age limit. Whether you're planning an epic, once-in-a-lifetime adventure or revisiting your favourite holiday spot one more time, we offer cover for single or multiple trips throughout the year. Staysure Travel Insurance, the UK's favourite. Get your quote online or give us a call today.
Hey Sainsbury's, usual big shop. Can you save me a few quid?
Well, Wayne, try your Nectar prices.
My what?
Your Nectar prices. In your Nectar app, you'll find personalised discounts on up to 10 things you love. It's personalised to you, Wayne. Too personalised?
Yeah, just a touch.
Agreed, we'll stick to prices. Save every week with your Nectar prices. Sainsbury's, good food for all of us.
Pick up the unlimited data SIM from O2 for our lowest ever price. Now under £24 a month. Plus, roam freely in the EU, up to 25 gig. O2, essential for living.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we offer a choice of funerals including direct cremation. We're right by you when you need us. Search online, call us or visit your local funeral home.
कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेड्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने ज्वाइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया।
Well, joining us now, a very special guest, Berzin Wagmar is with the School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS in London. Thanks very much for being with us. How do you see this bonhomie in Tianjin translating into a potential reaction from Washington? Professor Wagmar, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Trump has gone and quite frankly dissipated and destroyed what has been a carefully garnered quarter-century relationship between New Delhi and Washington. There's no denying that, but then that's due to the man's capricity and his erraticity, which may just change for the better. Can I come in as a historian, Vishnu, and also say that this is an unfortunate blimp, but you have to look at a 79-year relationship between New Delhi and DC and not think everything has been thrown to the winds. That's point number one. Point number two, Mr. Modi has arrived in Beijing not with many cards in his hand. He has arrived with a reduced majority after the third election, which Peking watchers would only know too well. They will also perceive, along with Putin, as having seen him being humiliated by the West, not Washington, with the tariffs in recent times. There's also Iran in the room, besides Russia, in this anti-Western forum. And also, last time I checked, Xi Jinping never traveled to New Delhi for the G20 summit in September, but Modi made it to Tianjin. So the dynamics of that ought not be lost on those of you who are pretty much in the news industry, looking at images and analyzing every move as such. Then there is the question of this crumb of comfort, which has been given to India by mentioning Pahalgam, given that at the Qingdao Defense Ministers Summit in July, there was no mention, and India took an adamant step of not signing that final communique. So this is just a crumb of comfort thrown. What are the ground realities that post Galwan, 2,000 square kilometers has been captured by China, and the so-called patrolling points which were established between both governments have seen Indian troops locked in within their own patrolling area, within the Indian side of the border, and they're not, let me finish please.
Not true.
And they're not been able to do anything about it.
Professor Wagmar, while I totally understand your point about the challenges that India has faced on the line of actual control between India and China, I've reported every aspect of that story with imagery. There is a certain amount of prudence associated with recognizing that India is not going to win a conventional war against China tomorrow, that trade is important, that it is an important trading partner irrespective of the state of the relationship, whatever it was. And therefore, while India seeks to stabilize the boundary, perhaps it's time to move ahead. Galwan was several years back. Would that not indicate a leadership or a government which is trying to sort of figure out a situation in an international order in deep churn, as opposed to a government which is in denial, allegedly, about what happened in Galwan? I don't think that's the case.
No, moving ahead is no problem at all. I don't wish to be an overt cynic as such, but I'm simply pointing out that there are insurmountable obstacles, and with the passage of time, the Sino-Indian problem we've seen so many rapprochements come and go, and I'm past 50 now, so I wonder how much more will be during my lifetime. I certainly hope I'm proven wrong on that. Then there was the question of trade that you just brought up. The deficit is widened to $99.2 billion. There was a mention of trade with the North-South corridor. And that also, which was mooted in 2000, and this is 2025, Vishnu, it has only seen 2 dry freight runs between Bombay, Nhava Sheva, and St. Petersburg. Nothing much has come of that, and there was just one. And nothing, and I hope something kickstarts with the Madras-Vladivostok Sea Corridor, which did see one run recently a few months ago. So there's something to be said for that too. Incidentally, Rosneft, which is nothing but an arm of the Kremlin, wishes to divest from Nayara Energies in Gujarat.
Okay.
Because quite frankly, the Russians are awash in rupees and they don't know how to spend them. That also needs to be factored in.
Yes, so there are plenty of challenges, but incrementally, the hope is that these challenges will be addressed. However, so far, what we've seen since morning is plenty of messaging. What do those images tell us? And this is before the India-Russia bilateral even begins. What are those images, Shiv, and what is the message? Over to you, Shiv.
Okay, let's just take you through the big messages that have come out from perhaps the most important image of the day today. The three leaders, Putin, Modi, and Xi Jinping, they've met. That's the most shared image from Tianjin today. So I want to quickly just decode for our viewers what we think, we at NDTV think these images actually mean. There is an unprecedented alignment among India, Russia, and China, RIC as it is being called, which is undeniable. But apart from that, let's move to the next one. There is common cause against US hegemony. This is not being said in words, but that does appear to be the message because there is a special quality to this common cause. Let's keep moving. Let's move to the next point. Trump has triggered leaders of half the world's population. These three leaders standing together, a conversation which we cannot hear, is an important one, and therefore what Trump is going to take from it, and we're all waiting to see what that reply is going to be important. Trump has forced India, China to manage their contradictions. We just heard a guest talk about those obvious contradictions and rapprochements in the past. Is it going to be different this time? Indications suggest so. India signals non-alignment is non-negotiable, despite an atmosphere of lecturing, hectoring, hostility, belligerence from the United States. In just the last few weeks, India has emphasized its autonomy, emphasized independence of foreign policy, and emphasized non-alignment being completely non-negotiable. So those are my big takeaways from the images of these three big leaders.
Even as you're talking about the messaging being done by India, Shiv, Vishnu, and I would like you to come in on this. The US Embassy in India has just tweeted the partnership between India and United States continues to reach new heights, a defining relationship of the 21st century. This month we are spotlighting people, progress, and possibilities. Are we reading too much into the timing and the messaging?
I think that's an important statement.
And just before the bilateral between India and Russia starts.
I think there is an effort in America to fix what Navarro is doing, ruining the relationship. 48 or 72 hours back, there was an American warship in Chennai. They were working with an Indian submarine over there, in the dock at least. That strategic relationship continues. You cannot switch it on and off like that. There's been far too much work in it. If you've got that statement from the US Embassy, I think that's significant because at a time when there has been a sense that America is willing to throw aside the relationship, you've had these hopeless references being made by Peter Navarro, including that Brahmin reference today, utterly unnecessary.
But is it fair to blame only him? He's not the only one. It's not like President Trump has...
for the US government.
And also the US President himself has not been doing his country any favors.
My limited point, Padmaja, is that I think there's an effort to fix it, to try and stabilize it, to come to grips with the fact that this is going deeply south in terms of America's interests as well, and perhaps try and stabilize the scenario, as it were, before there can be some sort of change. It's an issue of trust, which was built up. That's gone down the tubes. When it comes back is a larger issue. But I do see that as a significant...
Professor Chinoy, do you think that there is a little, even if belated, effort at trying to mend the damage? And are the noises coming out of SCO responsible for that? Is America now waking up that all the other countries are not the pushovers they had imagined? Ma'am, sorry, I think you're muted.
In the US, there are different factions. There is the one with Trump, which is putting pressure on India. They believe they've downgraded India strategically. They've hyphenated Pakistan and India all to the chagrin of India. India doesn't like these kind of insults and said it's a dead economy and a series of others. But there is a faction led by others which are critical of what Trump has done, and they've said that India has been a partner for, and we've built this relationship for the past 25 years. Before that, again, there were issues. It's not, that India-US relations have also always been wonderful in the last even 50 years. This is the recent development is just 25 years. So there is a faction which is putting pressure. The deep state is obviously in the US divided on this. But they can see that in this conjuncture, it is a bit late, where India is going to diversify their relations in a much bigger way. Earlier, they were being very restrained within the BRICS, within the SCO, about criticizing US unilateralism, but now that they felt this stick, they are also leveraging their positions and their relations with Russia and China. In that, everyone has their own agendas, of course. Russia has for a long time, since 1998, spoken of the Russia, India, China, the RIC, which you're mentioning, but it didn't take off precisely because of the India-China issues, which are there and have not all been resolved, though there have been significant steps in this last two or 3 months, where the 24th meeting of the special representatives, the 10-point consensus framework, and similarly, the relations between Russia and India are moving even
Professor Chinoy,
one
I'm just
step
interrupting
further.
you now because we need to take a short break. But what we'd like to do now is to bring you video and images, because there's so much in the imagery today of defining moments at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization session today, the meet. Let's take a look. Over there, Prime Minister Modi, along with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin over there, Bonhomie over there, this image of Putin with Modi, that also. And here you can see Shahbaz Sharif, the Pakistani Prime Minister, entirely ignored on a day in which there's been this very strong statement against terrorism. Again, more imagery of Putin and Modi walking hand in hand. This gesture of peace would be seen all over the world. Then Modi in Putin's vehicle, there's a bilateral talk which is supposed to take place. It may have started already, not entirely sure. But those are some of the defining moments at this SCO session, perhaps the big highlight of which was this very, very firm, very, very strong statement against terrorism with direct mention of Pahalgam. That is of enormous significance to India. All right, well, we're going to take a short break at this stage, and we're going to come back with the very latest on what's happening in Tianjin. Non-stop coverage on NDTV with our team on the ground, Gauri Vivedi and Aditya Rajkol, along with Shiv, Padmaja, and me, Vishnu Shom, over here in the studio. Time for this short break, and when we come back, we'll try and track what's happening in that important meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Will there be updates? There will be soon, because the Prime Minister, in just a couple of hours from now, is scheduled to leave to return home. Stay tuned.
The UK's first human heart transplant has been completed, supported by the British Heart Foundation.
We were a noisy generation, but it might be something quiet we do that becomes our greatest legacy. Leave a gift in your will to the British Heart Foundation and fund groundbreaking research that could help save millions of lives. Search BHF Wills.
Wouldn't it be nice if life had a little more lift? Elevate your everyday with David Lloyd Clubs.
We should have left centuries ago.
It's okay. I'm with the AA.
Because the AA has more expert patrols in more places than anyone else, you'll be back on the road in no time. That's why millions of drivers choose the AA. Join today.
Hey, Sainsbury's, usual big shop. Can you save me a few quid?
Well, Wayne, try your Nectar prices.
My what?
Your Nectar prices. In your Nectar app, you'll find personalised discounts on up to 10 things you love. It's personalised to you, Wayne. Too personalised?
Yeah, just a touch.
Agreed. We'll stick to prices. Save every week with your Nectar prices.
Sainsbury's, good food for all of us.
Sometimes it's the little things that remind us of them. Stay close, even when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with Remittance.
I've been thinking, I want to plan my funeral so it feels more like a celebration. My parents always said I was born dancing. I just love it. Bhangra, disco, even line dancing. So when my time comes, I want to have music, dancing, the lot.
With over 150 years' experience, you can count on Co-op Funeral Care to help you pre-plan the funeral you want. To find out more, visit Co-op Funeral Care or give us a call.
Get the new Google Pixel 10 Pro on EE because powerful AI deserves the UK's best network.
Hey Gemini, help me organise my living room.
Got it. Let's get that sofa moved. Turn it around and place it on the other side of the room, against the wall. Try mixing books with photos on the shelf to make it feel like home.
Talk to Gemini about anything you see. Powered by EE. Offer ends 15th of September.
Hey Sainsbury's, usual big shop. Can you save me a few quid?
Well, Wayne, try your Nectar prices.
My what?
Your Nectar prices. In your Nectar app, you'll find personalised discounts on up to 10 things you love. It's personalised to you, Wayne. Too personalised?
Yeah, just a touch.
Agreed, we'll stick to prices. Save every week with your Nectar prices. Sainsbury's, good food for all of us.
Whether you're setting up a new nest, starting your own flock, or they just keep on growing, get more time to pay with VeryPay. You can buy now and pay up to 12 months later, and pay no interest, with nothing to pay at checkout. And you can easily keep track of payments in the Very app. More time to pay with VeryPay.
Plusnet's great value broadband's got you covered. Sit back and relax with full fibre from just $24.99 a month. It's fast and reliable with speeds up to 900 megabits. Oh, and award-winning too. So you can really, really relax. That's a plus. Call or visit plus.net to switch to us today. Offer ends 10th of September.
Hey Sainsbury's, usual big shop. Can you save me a few quid?
Well, Wayne, try your Nectar prices.
My what?
Your Nectar prices. In your Nectar app, you'll find personalised discounts on up to 10 things you love. It's personalised to you, Wayne. Too personalised?
Yeah, just a touch.
Agreed, we'll stick to prices. Save every week with your Nectar prices. Sainsbury's, good food for all of us.
facebook.com/bingo or download the Lucky Cow Android app from the Play Store.
Hugs, handshakes, clasping of hands, and then, of course, both the leaders riding together for the bilateral venue. Vishnu.
So that meeting has started, as Padmada just mentioned now. It should go on for a little while. These would largely be prepared positions on both sides. There isn't much to disagree on between India and Russia. Will there be any major announcements, for example, defense deals? Will there be some statements on the import of oil? I think very significantly, just ahead of this meeting actually starting, there's been this fascinating tweet which has actually come in from the US Embassy. You heard me right, the US Embassy, where they are calling for, they're talking up the relationship between India and the United States. This at a time when Peter Navarro, the advisor to President Trump, has been making all sorts of references in Washington to Brahmins and oil import, and deeply problematic statements going on and on about calling India a laundromat for Russian oil. Things which would be unacceptable for India. But here you've got the Indian embassy, the US embassy rather, in New Delhi, talking up the relationship and saying that, whether it's defense, whether it's other areas, it is a relationship to really look up to. The timing of this not lost on anyone. Padmaja?
Absolutely. In fact, this meeting is going to be key. This was supposed to be the centerpiece, the bilateral that Prime Minister Modi holds with Chinese President Xi Jinping. By all accounts, was quite a success, given that there was explicit statement made on cross-border terror, that action must be taken against it, on the fact that there needs to be peace on the border, on the fact that the trade gap between India and China needs to be shrunk. So all of that happened when the bilateral between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi happened. And now you've got this other big meeting. I think these are live images that we are getting of both of the leaders. All right, it's been a while now because we already have new images as well. Maybe we could play those out. There are fresh pictures which have come in of both the leaders heading into the venue for the bilaterals. We'll try and get Gauri Dwivedi and Aditya Raj call on this as well. But unmistakable messaging is that we are on the same plane. Remember, and everyone needs to keep in mind that what does America want at this point? It wants to push India to the wall. Any sign of nervousness, there's absolutely nothing that is betrayed in the pictures that we've seen so far, Vishnu. This is not a country which is, supposedly under siege from America. This is a self-assured country which is going to hold talks on its own terms. Vishnu.
Yeah, and again, I just want to refer briefly. All right, we've got these pictures coming up of Prime Minister Modi in the hotel of President Putin. They got off Putin's vehicle, and so these bilateral talks presumably have started. In fact, they have just a little while back. These are the first images coming in of the two leaders entering the hotel. And I should mention, because the timing of this is not lost to anyone, the US Embassy in Delhi has now issued a statement. The partnership between the United States and India continues to reach new heights, a defining relationship of the 21st century. This month, we're spotlighting the people, progress, and possibilities driving us forward from innovation and entrepreneurship to defense and bilateral ties. It's the enduring friendship between our two peoples that fuels this journey. Follow the hashtag and be a part of. So they've got a hashtag out as well.
Very kind words, coming as it does from America for a dead economy.
On a day when Peter Navarro, said all of this, I do believe this is an important statement because there must be recognition at some level in the US Foreign Office.
Well, better late than never, because all this while you've told us that, and since we're speaking
Navarro needs to stop talking.
Yes, and a few others as well in the Trump administration, including perhaps the US president, who, remember, has called us a dead economy, said that both of us, Russia and India, can take our respective dead economies down together. But here, look at these two leaders. Look at their body language. And this is pretty much an echo, a reflection of what we've seen through the morning as well. There have been, and this has to be premeditated, right, Vishnu? I mean, this has to be calculated, that you want to show that you are not dragging us down. If you think that you are going to constantly berate, bully, or almost gaslight, because like we said, it's not been Peter Navarro only. It's been the US President himself. You've got Senator Lindsey Graham, who 2 days ago said that, you know, every time there is news of casualties in Ukraine, he will put out a tweet saying 17 people have been killed. I hope India is feeling good. Why will India feel good? If anything, 3 days after that, you had, Vladimir Zelensky calling up India and saying, we know that you want peace, and we know that you will have a very important part to play in ensuring that peace is eventually brought about. And here are both of those leaders on your screens right now.
And guess what? They're going to be talking extensively about Ukraine. Just a couple of hours earlier, not too many hours, an hour or so, in his address to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, President Putin actually thanked India and also thanked China for trying to bring an end to the war or in between Russia and Ukraine, calling for an end to the war. So again, that's a signal to Washington. Mr. Trump, you may be interested in bringing an end to the war, but you aren't the only person. There are others who've actually had a significant role as well. And do expect entirely, given the fact that Volodymyr Zelensky did speak to Prime Minister Modi, I believe on Saturday, that conversation would also likely come up. So I do expect there to be some references to this part of the relationship, the Ukraine situation, the war over there, which India wants to put an end to, as indeed pretty much all of the world. Will Vladimir Putin accept India or continue to see India as a serious player in this? We can also expect to see statements on the continued import of Russian oil. India shows absolutely no signs of bringing an end to that. More footage now coming in of earlier on today of Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi. They walked into the SCO Summit meeting together, but that was earlier. In fact, no, this is the bilateral. This is the bilateral which is taking place. The Russian Foreign Minister, Mr. Lavrov, sitting right next to President Putin. Do we have sound? Let's listen in.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, साथियों, आपसे मिलकर हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है।
Символично, что оно проходит на полях саммита ШОС.
ये बहुत प्रतिमात्मक है कि वो SCO शिखर सम्मेलन से इतर हो रही है।
Организации, которая позволяет объединять усилия глав государств глобального Юга и Востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे, जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर किस तरह हम पहुँचे। 15 साल हो गए।
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये सच्चाई से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं।
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है।
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है।
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान-प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है।
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं।
Это ООН, БРИКС, Группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इन संगठनों में से शामिल हैं।
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं। इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं।
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
और ये किसी से पार्टी या राजनीति पर आधारित नहीं है। लोग हमारे दो देशों के लोग इस रिश्तों का समर्थन करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है और मैं हमेशा अनुभव करता हूँ कि आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीज़ों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है।
Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, очень рад вас видеть. И каждый раз, когда я с вами встречаюсь, у меня бывают особые чувства и ощущения, и это дает нам возможность регулярно обмениваться мнениями по разным вопросам.
हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं। दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
Мы постоянно находимся в контакте, проводятся регулярные встречи на высоком уровне между двумя странами. В декабре текущего года 1 миллиард и 400 миллионов индийцев с нетерпением вас ждут в Индии для нашего 23-го по счету ежегодного саммита между нашими странами.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है।
Уважаемый господин президент, это свидетельствует о том, насколько глубоким и всеобъемлющим является наше особо привилегированное и стратегическое партнерство. Даже при самых тяжелых обстоятельствах Индия и Россия всегда шли вперед, плечом к плечу. Наше тесное сотрудничество имеет значение не только для народов наших двух стран, но и для обеспечения глобального мира, стабильности и процветания.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे, संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
Уважаемый господин президент, по теме продолжающегося конфликта на Украине мы регулярно обмениваемся мнениями. Мы приветствуем все недавно предложенные усилия для установления мира и надеемся, что все стороны будут подходить к этому вопросу конструктивно. Необходимо искать пути для скорейшего завершения конфликта и установления мира. Это и есть призыв всего человечества. Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, еще раз большое спасибо. Очень рад вас видеть. Спасибо.
धन्यवाद।
В Евразии архитектура равной и неделимой безопасности.
And that's a big bilateral meet beginning between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Tianjin in China. This is that photo op moment that we had been waiting for. Both Putin and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi starting with their opening remarks there before the bilateral meeting. A very significant, important meeting coming at a time when the US has tried to double down on India with their tariffs. But you can see clearly with the opening statements by the two big leaders that the friendship is intact, their strategic ties will remain intact, and these are two partners, traditional allies who go back decades. You're watching Breaking Ground with me, Vedika. This is our top story all day today. The SCO meet, the bilaterals that are happening, and the significance and symbolism of it all. But before we go ahead and introduce our guest and reporter, let's just go through what message both Vladimir Putin and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi are trying to send out, not only to their countries, but to the world. Firstly, of course, this comes at a time when the US tariffs have hit India 2 times over. It's 50% now, as you know. They're showing the warmth despite what is happening around them. Along with that, the bonhomie, of course, disregards what US Donald Trump has been saying along with his team, be it Navarro, be it the others. We're going to put out some graphics for you now to also tell you what this really means for India and for Putin. This also shows that this relationship really is bulletproof between the two countries. India has displayed that it made the right call, putting its trust in Russia. Remember, US remains unpredictable at this point in time, given all that has been happening, all the rhetoric that has been coming from the two nations. And while the US tried to meddle with Indo-Russia ties, the display of unity is for all to see, especially the US President Donald Trump. Aditya now joins me live from Tianjin. He's been following all the details, updates he's been sending us from there. Also, we will be joined live by Dr. Andreas Umland, analyst, Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies in the Swedish Institute of International Affairs. Aditya, this is one moment it was all building up to. Unexpected moment, really, Aditya, when we saw the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as the Russian President in that car, the ride really to the venue, and now the opening statements have happened. What's on the agenda? They've made it clear that they're traditional allies, they have very close ties, but come down to business now. What are we expecting in the next 40-45 minutes between the two leaders and their teams?
Well, Vedika, quite incredible visuals, isn't it? Nobody had expected Putin and Modi to ride in the same vehicle because there was paucity of time, and that's why Putin suggested that Modi accompany him in his own car to the bilateral hotel, and that's where the bilateral has just begun. We heard the opening remarks by both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and, of course, the Russian President Putin. This comes at a time when 36 hours ago, Zelensky made a phone call to Modi asking him to convince Putin to come on the dialogue table for a ceasefire for long-lasting peace. Remember, over the last 6 months, there has been a lot of speculation. Donald Trump, in fact, the US president, came on this plank that he will restore peace between Russia and Ukraine. It's been 3.5 years, but there's no sign of peace. There have been several rounds of negotiations that have taken place with Steve Witkoff also traveling all across to Moscow and Kyiv. But US foreign policy clearly not able to achieve that peace. And that's why both Ukraine and Russia are now looking towards Prime Minister Modi and India for that balancing factor, neutrality clearly playing a significant role here. And apart from the Ukraine crisis, this also comes at a time when US tariffs have been slapped against India, 50% tariffs already. And that too, India being a strategic ally of US, doesn't really sound that great. And of course, at the same time, the kind of rhetoric that's coming in from the US side, very, fierce barbs at New Delhi, at Prime Minister Modi, attacks by, attack dogs like Navarro, who are, bringing in Indian caste and Brahmins, etc. That clearly is to provoke Indians. That clearly is to provoke Indian government. But India has stood its stance. India is saying that if it will continue to trade with Russia, the trade will not end. And at the same time, Vedika, the defense cooperation will be taken to another level. The trade will continue. Russian oil will continue to come to New Delhi. And there's no stopping on that. India will continue to pursue its national interests.
Aditya, I'm going to keep you here for the next half an hour, 45 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Before I come back to you, I'm going to go to our guest this afternoon. Dr. Andreas Umland is with us. Dr. Umland, I want to understand from you, was the SCO meet as significant as these images that you're seeing at a time when US has doubled down on India with their tariff announcement? What you see on your screens are two leaders from two countries, two largest countries, of course, China also being the third, in that car, going on that ride, getting into the venue, promising that they will be strategic partners, promising close ties between them. Is the US watching closely?
Well, what first comes to my mind is the even more friendly meeting that Putin recently had with Donald Trump in Alaska. They were also driving in the presidential limousine, and there were lots of signs of friendship. And Trump has a close relationship with Putin from his first presidency, and they are talking all the time on telephone. So this juxtaposition here between the US and Russia doesn't make really sense for me, because in the last half year, the US has done a lot of pro-Russian moves. It has voted with Russia together in the United Nations. It has stopped military aid. It's still selling weapons to Ukraine, but it's not delivering military aid anymore. And it's taken often a pro-Russian position in this war. And so this is all a bit surprising to me. One also has to keep in mind that Ukraine is a former colony of Russia, and Russia's war is a neo-colonial and neo-imperial war against Ukraine. And against this background, this friendly relationship between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin looks a bit odd from my perspective, at least, or from a Ukrainian perspective, I'm sure as well.
But Dr. Amland, is there also not a dichotomy there? Like you mentioned, you had the US president meeting with Putin, but what has happened with India in terms of tariffs, wouldn't that just organically just push India closer in terms of at least, you know, the symbolicness of it all towards Russia, especially at a SCO summit? It's not that the SCO summit was announced after the tariffs. We knew the SCO summit was coming up, but these images coming from there, even more powerful than it would be had US President Trump not announced the tariffs.
Well, the tariffs are global. And for instance, the European Union also is now suffering from tariffs, but that does not mean that the European Union is moving closer to Russia. On the contrary, there is now the conflict between Europe and Russia is increasing because of the war, because of child deportations, because of mass torture of prisoners of war, because of bombardments of apartment buildings, of hospitals, of universities, of schools in Ukraine. This sort of plus minus back and forth doesn't make sense to me. Yes, Trump has a very bizarre foreign economic policy.
Yes.
But why does that mean that one has to de facto support a neo-imperial, neo-colonial war with lots of signs of genocide against Ukraine? I mean,
but Dr. Amland, let me just interrupt there, because Russia has been a traditional ally to India. It's been there when the US has not. When US let India down, Russia stood by it. And that is a tie between the two countries that has remained. I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. Going back to Aditya. Aditya, I want to understand even the atmospherics around you right now. How is the international media looking at this? You have, of course, people from all across the world, journalists where you are. But what's been the buzz? What's been the conversation around this one meeting that we're seeing on our screens?
Well, when we landed here, Vedika, the entire mood was around the SCO Summit. The mood was around what will SCO Summit really achieve. There were streets that were empty because obviously people were not there. There are VIP moments that were taking place. But currently, you know, if you go through the Chinese newspapers today, the front page is the family photo of the SCO. But the anchor of that front page is about Prime Minister Modi meeting Xi Jinping. So the reset of the ties, or at least the beginning of the reset of the ties between India and China, is predominantly, big in the Chinese media, in the international media also. I've had conversations with American journalists and French journalists who are also keeping a very close watch on the Modi-Putin bilateral because of the Ukraine angle and the Trump tariff angle. So they will be monitoring that very closely as well. We are here at the SCO venue. This is the International Media Center. Just meters away from here is the hotel where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin. Very important conversations on trade, on bilateral ties, and on the Ukraine crisis as well. You heard the Prime Minister there. That Prime Minister has said that this is not an era of war. Solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. And this is the time that there needs to be peace restored in Ukraine, and the end of the war needs to be achieved. So very important statements by the Prime Minister. Let's also remember that Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, is all set to visit India later this year as well for the annual meeting that really takes place. That is going to be a big diplomatic huddle in New Delhi. Apart from that, I'm pretty sure that the White House would be monitoring the developments very closely. And if not Trump on Truth Social, we would certainly hear Navarro speak about the Modi-Putin meeting, because this is not that they really have wanted all this while.
We're going to talk about Navarro at the top of 1 p.m. as well, Aditya. I'll pull you in then as well. But a huge diplomatic win for India as well. We'll come to that when it comes to the declaration. But another striking image, Aditya, from Tianjin, where you are, where you're witnessing all of this unravel, is the Chinese president, the Russian president, and the Indian Prime Minister in a huddle together. Like I said, it's not that the announcement of the SCO summit came after the announcement of the tariffs by Donald Trump. But if it's not the SCO summit per se, Aditya, that they will be looking at from the White House, these images should unsettle them to a certain extent.
You know, Trump's tariffs have really speeded up the entire process of diplomatic ties between India and China. We certainly need to thank Trump for that. But at the same time, the Troika, India, Russia, and China coming together, unprecedented. You know, there hasn't been a formal meeting, certainly, but who knows? In the coming days, in the weeks, this could be a reality, because this is a message from the platform of the SCO on the sidelines that we clearly see that at the very beginning of the SCO plenary, even before the family photo is taken, Modi, Xi Jinping, and Putin come together. They have a friendly banter. It's a message to Trump that these nations stand together. They are economic powerhouses. They are resilient powers. They have a great population, which clearly knows how democracy functions, knows how economy functions, and are all for free connectivity and for security cooperation. But American policy has shifted over the last few months. There have been drastic tariffs that have been imposed, especially on India, 50% tariffs and then penalty as well, and very racist and obnoxious comments coming in from the White House as well. But this image of Trump, of Modi, Xi Jinping, and of course Putin coming together is unprecedented. On the other hand, the SCO declaration spoke against terrorism. We also saw Shehbaz Sharif standing alone there, his hands tied, looking helplessly as to what to do diplomatically. But he doesn't have any friends out there. Even though he's in a friendly country, he calls China an iron brother. At the same time, Vedika, Shehbaz Sharif was isolated at a time when he was standing alone. Putin and Modi, hand in hand, smiling, walked past, clearly indicating who really is calling the shots here at the SCO. So a big message here from the SCO to the western parts.
Stay with me, Dr. Amlan and Aditya. Another point, Aditya, which I will come to in a while, but I want to make right now, is also that huge show of strength by Xi Jinping in a day or two, where the Pakistani Prime Minister has also been invited. We'll talk about that in a moment from now, because, of course, while India and China are on the talking table, there are, of course, other diplomatic maneuvers happening with the Chinese president and the Pakistani Prime Minister. But the big takeaway also from this SCO summit is a huge diplomatic win for India at this summit, shortly after Prime Minister Narendra Modi stressed that the Shanghai Cooperation Organization member states must say in one voice the double standards on terrorism are unacceptable. The regional bloc mentioned that the Pahalgam terror attack and they condemned the terror attack, echoing India's stand in the summit declaration. Now, diplomatically, this, like I said, is a massive win for India, especially because Pakistan, which has long backed terror on Indian soil, is a member of the bloc, and its Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, like Aditya just mentioned, is attending this summit. Now, the member states strongly condemned the terrorist attack in Pahalgam, which left 26 innocents dead, and expressed their quote-unquote deepest sympathy and condolences to the families of the dead and wounded. The members further said perpetrators, organizers, and sponsors of such attacks must be brought to justice. The member states also stressed that attempts to use terrorists, separatists, and extremist groups for mercenary purposes is not acceptable. Let's listen in to the statements made by the Indian Prime Minister ahead of that declaration.
अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें SCO रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है।
All right, a quick recap before we go back to our guest and Aditya, who's on the ground. Why is this a big win for India? Because SCO members condemned the Pahalgam attack that saw civilians being brutally killed. Let's move to the next page of this. SCO reaffirms commitment against terrorism. This at a time when you had the Pakistani Prime Minister in that room on that table. Also, SCO member states have said use of terrorism by nations is unacceptable. That, of course, is also a controversial point, which I'll get to in a moment from now. SCO calls out double standards in fight against terror as well.
PlusNet's great value broadband's got you covered. Sit back and relax with full fibre from just $24.99 a month. It's fast and reliable with speeds up to 900 megabits. Oh, and award-winning too. So you can really, really relax. That's a plus. Call or visit plus.net to switch to us today. Offer ends 10th of September.
You can count on Stayshore, the UK's favourite travel insurance provider. We specialise in cover for over 50s with pre-existing medical conditions. And there's no age limit. Whether you're planning an epic, once-in-a-lifetime adventure or revisiting your favourite holiday spot one more time, we offer cover for single or multiple trips throughout the year. Stayshore Travel Insurance, the UK's favourite. Get your quote online or give us a call today.
I am an explorer, venturing into the furthest depths of unknown worlds using cutting-edge technology. I am on a mission to discover what might be out there. And I've just discovered your world is perfectly healthy.
Our ultimate eye test with Optimap scan looks further than ever before to help detect health conditions that other eye scans might miss. Boots Opticians, see what's possible.
We should have left centuries ago.
It's okay. I'm with the AA.
Because the AA has more expert patrols in more places than anyone else, you'll be back on the road in no time. That's why millions of drivers choose the AA. Join today.
Wouldn't life be so much easier if you could control your blinds at the touch of a button? With ultra smart blinds from Appeal, there's no chains, cords or wiring because these stylish blinds are driven by a rechargeable power pack. New ultra smart blinds from Appeal, the intelligent solution for home shading.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing. And that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we offer a choice of funerals including direct cremation. We're right by you when you need us. Search online, call us or visit your local funeral home.
PlusNet's great value broadband's got you covered. Sit back and relax with full fibre from just $24.99 a month. It's fast and reliable with speeds up to 900 megabits. Oh, and award-winning too. So you can really, really relax. That's a plus. Call or visit plus.net to switch to us today. Offer ends 10th of September.
Hey Sainsbury's, usual big shop. Can you save me a few quid?
Well, Wayne, try your Nectar prices.
My what?
Your Nectar prices. In your Nectar app, you'll find personalised discounts on up to 10 things you love. It's personalised to you, Wayne. Too personalised?
Yeah, just a touch.
Agreed, we'll stick to prices. Save every week with your Nectar prices. Sainsbury's, good food for all of us.
Let's play Win a Million. How many chances do you get to win £1 million every week?
5 chances. Final answer.
Congratulations! And now it's your chance to be a millionaire. Choose your 5 lucky numbers at winamillion.com and get 5 chances to win £1 million every week. Play now from just 50p or enter for free by post at winamillion.com.
AutoSerge automatically checks for ways to save on your car or home insurance. The Compare the Market app, the simplest way to save.
Very closely, it comes at a time when Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in no uncertain terms, has said we'll do all that we can for peace in that region.
I think India is the only country since the last 3.5 years, Vedika, which has maintained that this is not an era of war and solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. That's been the mantra even of the G20 that happened in 2023 as Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, where a historic consensus was achieved on Russia-Ukraine. But a lot of water has flown down the river since. There's been a lot of violence. There's been a lot of aggression. So we'll have to wait and watch when and how that peace agreement and settlement really is. But India has maintained steadfast and good relations both with Russia and Ukraine. We have historical ties with Russia. Putin and Modi have a kind of a bonhomie. And now Zelensky also reaching out to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So we'll have to wait and watch what kind of a message will Prime Minister Modi give to Putin. In the initial remarks, he did say that he expects peace in Ukraine. He expects the war to be over. But there is much more technicality that is involved here as well. This also exposes in many ways, Vedika, the failure of the Trump administration's policy on bringing peace in Ukraine. They had the Alaska summit in the last 6 months. There have been a lot of commitments made on the peace, but not much has been achieved so far. There could be a possibility of Zelensky and Putin meeting, or perhaps Trump, Zelensky and Putin meeting. As of now, the Russian side is rejecting all those speculations. So clearly a lot yet to happen, but incredible that Zelensky has reached out to Modi with an SOS call to convince Putin to come on the dialogue table for peace. And now Putin has also expressed that Modi has played an incredible role. He has been keeping Modi abreast with the latest on the peace process. And we perhaps could see a situation where there could be a paradigm shift in this war situation, and we would be walking towards a path of peace. We are waiting for that bilateral to end, and perhaps after that we'll get the latest and, of course, the Foreign Secretary's version of the way things unfolded all day today.
Let's now talk about the three leaders in that one frame, Russia, China and India, the world's three largest countries and their leaders in that one frame together at the SCO meet. We're going to put out visuals of that in a moment from now of the Troika. And this comes at a time when India has shown that even though there are US tariffs that are doubling down on them, they will continue to be in those huddles. Well, of course, there are a lot of issues geopolitically among the three countries. There's proximity between Russia and China that also puts a question on what role India plays at the SCO meet when it comes to Russia and China. But those visuals also a headline everywhere today, a visual and a video that everyone, especially the US, will be watching closely. Aditya, coming back to you, we cannot deny the fact, when you even look at these visuals really, that China is close to Pakistan as well. It has so much of funding in Pakistan. That's one factor that we cannot look away from, even when you look at these visuals of, you know, what we are just kind of quoting as the erstwhile RIC.
Well, that's right. Those visuals have really created international headlines. You know, at the very beginning of the SCO summit, even before the plenary, even before the family photo was taken, just when the leaders went inside, all leaders were huddled across. Three leaders stood out, Putin, Modi, and of course Xi Jinping. All three huddled together, having a friendly banter, talking to each other, smiling faces. And then thereafter, after the family photo, translators and interpreters also came in. So 6 people standing there, 3 global leaders, a powerful image, a strong message to White House and the Western nations that you cannot bully us, you cannot tell us how democracy functions, you cannot tell us how the way the new international order will be. We will be the ones to create that order, and we know how to stand for our own people and create our own independent national foreign policy. So clearly, a very interesting images, a lot of vibrance in that image also. Also the image of Modi and Putin embracing each other. Speaking about the long-lasting friendship, really very interesting imagery coming in from the SCO Vedika. And in that bilateral also, you know, Putin was smiling when Modi said that we are waiting for you. The entire population of India is waiting for you to come to the country very soon for that bilateral meeting. So yes,
all right.
Of course, it is a very interesting newsy day here in China, and perhaps more headlines awaited in the next couple of hours.
Aditya, do stay with me. Dr. Amlan's been waiting very patiently. Dr. Amlan, before I let you go, the key takeaways really that you would, you know, summarize this into in terms of the bilateral meeting between Russian leader and the Indian Prime Minister, and the key takeaways from the SCO from your perspective.
Frankly, I find it sad because what is happening currently with Russia is that Russia is trying to destroy the post-1945 order by destroying a full member of the United Nations, an official non-nuclear weapon state. It's conducting genocide in Ukraine, and it's conducting a neo-imperial, neo-colonial war. And for some reason, that is all unimportant for India. And Ukrainians are nowadays as unhappy about the White House and about Trump as Indians are, because the US is behaving very bizarrely vis-a-vis Russia. And from a Ukrainian point of view, I live in Kiev. This all looks strange, to be frank.
Right, thank you for joining us, Dr. Amlan. I'm now going to take our viewers through some of the most defining images from the SCO Summit today. These are the images really that have gone viral on social media as well. Of course, the 5th one here being Tiger and Bear in the Beast. This is, of course, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian President together just ahead of the bilateral meeting between the two. That image going viral on social media, of course, at this point. Modi, Putin, Xi in a huddle, strategic regrouping. You can see the 3 leaders from the 3 largest countries in the world there, sharing a light moment, talking together. That huddle really, with Narendra Modi having a little laugh there with them, going viral as well, because this is the RIC that everyone was talking about, erstwhile RIC, and the question really is, with the tariffs that have doubled down on India, are we going to see some kind of realignment between those countries? And that hug between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian President Vladimir Putin, light moments being shared there, captured on camera between the two leaders. That's another defining image where you see the Russian President and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi walking and talking at the venue of the summit. But there you have Shehbaz Sharif, who is standing by the side, and no, of course, interaction happening with him in that moment. And that handshake again between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian President, once again showing and signaling the deep ties between the two countries, and that message going out to the US that those ties will remain and will remain strong despite all the rhetoric that is coming India's way from the White House. All right, we're slipping to a short break. When we come back, we're going to move a bit away from the SCO to Bihar, where that huge opposition rally is expected to take off. Ankit Tyagi will bring us the latest massive show of strength there on your screen.
The scriptures are trying to show us a treasure map to find happiness. If you discover that happiness, you've fulfilled your purpose in life. When you improve your mental immunity, your mental health improves. Bhagavad Gita gives us a manual for living life. How should you live your life? How should you conduct yourself in different situations?
Our first year as a family flew by. And now, I want to make sure he'll be financially protected for all his birthdays to come. That's why I'm calling Smart Insurance.
Hi, how can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for family life insurance.
OK, you can choose a benefit amount up to £750,000 depending on your age.
That's great.
If you're a UK resident aged 18 to 64, you can apply with just a few health and lifestyle questions. For £250,000 of cover, the price starts at just £14.77 a month.
That's less than I thought. And could help my wife pay off the mortgage.
And with our Smart Family Guarantee, you'll have peace of mind.
That's good to know.
You'll also receive a 100% advance in the event of terminal illness and 10% cashback on your first year's premiums. That's the Smart Cashback. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Protect the life you've built the smart way. To get a free quote today, call our specialist UK team on 0808 141 5855 or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
Whether you're setting up a new nest, starting your own flock, or they just keep on growing, get more time to pay with VeryPay. You can buy now and pay up to 12 months later, and pay no interest, with nothing to pay at checkout. And you can easily keep track of payments in the Very app. More time to pay with VeryPay.
Now that retirement's here, it's time for me to focus on the things that really matter in life, like making sure my family can manage funeral costs when I'm no longer around. Which reminds me.
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
No problem. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee, with 100% of claims having been paid. We guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000.
That money could help cover my funeral costs or be a gift for my grandson. I'll do it.
Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our UK team on 0800 881 5090 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux. From conflict to India's crowning glory, I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Welcome back. Rahul Gandhi's Voters Adhikar Yatra is culminating in Patna today. The Yatra is culminating in the state of Bihar after 3 weeks of protest march. This Yatra started by the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi over the Election Commission survey in Bihar, which according to the opposition was a ploy to steal votes and remove valid voters in Bihar. Joining me live from Patna is Ankit Tyagi. Ankit, this has been a very, very busy morning. We've been covering the SCO, but there has been so much movement happening in Bihar as well with the culmination of this Yatra. It seems to be hot there. I can see you all set to take over this section and tell us more about the implications of this Yatra, what you're seeing around you, and what this means ahead of the big state election. Over to you.
You know, Vasudha, yes, it has been a very hot and humid day, to say the least. But like you were saying, the action, of course, at the SCO Summit in China, but the domestic political action could not have heated up more with what is happening behind me. Rahul Gandhi just left a short while back in an open jeep along with Tejasvi Yadav. This Yatra, which started from the Gandhi Maidan, the iconic Gandhi Maidan here in Patna. The culmination of the Yatra is taking place at this moment. It's about a 4-kilometer, road show that Rahul Gandhi, along with all the senior leaders of the Congress and the India Gathbandhan, at this moment are conducted on the streets of Patna. It took 17 days, 1,300 kilometers, 25 districts for this Yatra to come to Patna. And I asked this question to some Congress leaders, why not a big rally in Gandhi Maidan? And their answer was that, rally at a static place does not create the same impact that Rahul Gandhi being on the streets does. That's what they're aiming for with this culmination Yatra. I was thinking about what the Congress party has achieved out of this Yatra and the Mahagathbandhan, among the obvious ones. But one thing that I see different from the 2020 election that I covered in the state of Bihar and then the 2024 Lok Sabha election as well, you won't see a big cutout of Rahul Gandhi, a bigger cutout of Rahul Gandhi, even bigger than Tejasvi Yadav in Patna or anywhere in Bihar. What this Vote Adhikar Yatra has done, it has brought the spotlight and focus on Rahul Gandhi. So it does two things in terms of optics and messaging. One, of course, it's trying to galvanize the voters, the cadre of the Mahagathbandhan. And Rahul Gandhi, apart from sending a message to the BJP, saying that they are already on the ground, have hit the ground running as far as this Yatra and election campaign in Bihar is concerned, he's also sending a not so subtle message to Lalu Prasad Yadav and Tejasvi Yadav, showing the relevance of the Congress party, and then of course it will help him when the negotiation of seats starts as far as the Mahagathbandhan is concerned. The Congress this time, though, is aiming on a smaller number of seats in comparison to last time, but they want important winnable seats, and that's what Rahul Gandhi's Yatra would also be sending across as a message as far as their own alliance partner is concerned. When it comes to the BJP or the NDA, the ruling alliance here, despite them coming out and saying that it doesn't matter, but the kind of crowds that this Yatra has drawn throughout in the last 17 days will, in fact, force them to tweak their strategies a bit as well. But the challenge for the Congress party is whether they can, convert this galvanization of their cadre into actual votes when it comes to the election day. All those things will be very, very interesting to see. The India Alliance partners are also here, so somewhere on the issue of voter irregularities, SIR and so on and so forth, the opposition is trying to show that they are united even beyond the parliament, and that is what another message this Yatra sends across. But I would conclude by saying that while Rahul Gandhi with this Yatra seems to be doing the heavy lifting, we will have to wait and see what follows, because at this moment, it's just the opposition alliance in the ring at this moment. It's not the, no big initiative of the ruling alliance have started yet. So while it may look massive statement, but the real test of this Yatra will begin once the opposition also comes into frame, and then they start counter-mobilization of people and their cadre Vedika.
Also, very quickly, Ankit, we do know that the bilateral meeting between the Prime Minister and the Russian President has ended. Before I go back to that story, what's the sentiment on the ground right now as we speak? Because I want to understand, is this Yatra making any impact of sorts ahead of the elections? You've been speaking to people on the ground. What is the sentiment there?
I think whether it makes a difference in the election, we will have to wait and see, because it is still about a couple of months before the real game, at least 1 month before the real campaign starts. But I'll ask Momin, he will give you a sense. Take a look at the show of strength, because CPIM has a very strong cadre. There are dhol nagaras, and this is at least sending energy, sending an enthusiastic effort as far as the cadre of the Mahagathbandhan is concerned. Whether it's the Congress party or the RJD or the left parties and the VIP, their cadres feel that their leaders are with them on the ground. And that makes a big difference. Apart from that, for the Congress party in Bihar, there are many seats that they have not won in more than 4 decades. The cadre of the Congress party, again feels that there is something that they can talk about. This vote adhikar yatra, the way exclusions are happening, something that they can go and talk about. So for the first time, you are seeing that the whole electoral process, they are trying to make that a voting issue rather than the bijli, sadak, pani, and all the other issues that you usually see in any election.
Ankit, also the Election Commission coming into focus. While you have this Yatra in Patna, you also have the standoff with the Election Commission. I'll keep coming back to you for more, Ankit, because I believe that, like I mentioned earlier, the bilateral meeting between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian President Vladimir Putin has ended. This meeting lasted for over an hour. Remember, Prime Minister Modi had said at the opening statement ahead of the bilateral meeting that we have been in touch regularly with the Russian president, and it is a special privileged strategic partnership between the two countries. We have faced difficult challenges together, and Prime Minister Modi even brought up Ukraine with Vladimir Putin. Prime Minister had said we welcome peace efforts. We hope both sides will move forward. Aditya Rajkol back with us from Tianjin. Aditya, the details from the bilateral meet.
we can confirm here on NDTV first that the bilateral meeting between Putin and Modi has ended. It continued for more than 45 minutes. That's what we are being told. We are also expecting India's Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri, to give out a statement both on the bilateral meeting between Putin and Modi, and of course also on what happened during the plenary, where Prime Minister very forcefully told the entire SCO grouping about terrorism, about condemnation of terrorism, and how security, connectivity, and opportunity needs to be the highlight of the SCO, and all countries need to come together. But the Modi-Putin meeting, the highlight of the SCO summit, is over now. In that hotel, Prime Minister Modi about to leave that hotel for the airport where he will plane for India in the India One aircraft of the Prime Minister. So yes, the last engagement of the day for the Prime Minister, the Modi-Putin meeting is over. That's what we can officially confirm right now to the viewers. There will be details that will be laid out. Two major aspects, Vedika, that were discussed in this bilateral meeting. One is the Ukraine crisis, Zelensky's phone call to Modi, and Modi's chat with Putin now on the Ukraine crisis to restore peace. Second, of course, the Trump tariffs and how India and Russia will now enhance their trade, will completely go to the defense cooperation to another level. And of course, there is continuity in the diplomatic ties between Moscow and New Delhi. So more highlights of this in a few minutes from now. But the Modi-Putin bilateral has ended. The last engagement of the Prime Minister in his two-nation leg tour has concluded now. In a few minutes, Prime Minister will be departing for New Delhi.
Aditya, now that this is the last engagement and the Indian Prime Minister will be leaving shortly for his country, let's just sum up for our viewers the big takeaways from the entire SCO summit.
Well, absolutely. You know, the SCO was initially the headline event of Tianjin here in China, but of course, the highlight has shifted towards India-China bonhomie, the resetting of the ties, and of course, the big Modi-Putin handshake. But the clearest victory in the headline department goes to that visual of the three top leaders of three biggest nations in the world, China, Russia, and India. Xi Jinping, Putin, and Modi coming together in a huddle, in a friendly banter, smiling, talking away, and then the interpreters also joining in. These are images, not just merely photo ops, but these are narrative-setting images. These are messages, and this is a strong message perhaps to Donald Trump, White House, and the Western countries that you cannot be hegemonistic, you cannot be giving us lectures on democracy, and you certainly cannot bully us anymore. We are resilient democracies, we are resilient economies, and we know how to chart out our own roadmap for growth, for prosperity of our people. Our national positions are our top priority. And if America can do it, if EU can do it, so can India, China, and Russia. And that's what will pave the way forward for the entire international community towards peace, prosperity, and of course, coming together when economic cooperation is concerned as well. So at the SCO, a big resounding word against the terrorism in the joint declaration. A few minutes ago, we heard the mention of the Pahalgam terror attack as well. A big victory, Vedika, for Indian diplomacy, because last time Pahalgam was not mentioned, it was missing. This time Pahalgam was mentioned. Prime Minister also making a forceful remark against terrorism and for unified cooperation among the SCO members. Embarrassment for Pakistan, but that's okay. They're clearly used to it.
But of course, India will have to be cautious when it comes to the China-Pakistan proximity. We'll talk about that more with Aditya in a couple of moments from now. Slip into a short break. SCO Summit, the big takeaways, the significance, the symbolism, all of that coming up next on Breaking Ground with Vedika.
Yes, I've won £1,000! Play bingo at Tombola for free in September, where a £1,000 full house prize will be won every day. Open for fun.
If Lubasi was your son, you'd do anything to stop his suffering. He's in agony because he has an eye infection called trachoma. It's often spread by flies, like these. If Lubasi was your son, you'd take him to the doctor. But his parents can't afford to get him the care he so desperately needs. You can. When you give £2 a month to Sightsavers, you can help save more children from agony like this and spare their parents the pain of watching their children suffer. Every month, you'll help our eye doctors get to some of the world's poorest and most remote villages. It's so simple to treat trachoma, but we urgently need your support to do it. So please call 0800 038 4920, text Site10 to 82727, or go to sitesavers.tv to give £2 a month to Sitesavers right now.
Sometimes it's the little things that remind us of them. Stay close, even when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with Remittance.
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I've got a few rounds left to go. And yeah, I will be retiring in a few years, so it makes sense to plan ahead.
Come on, Mary.
That's why I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. Look, the kids don't need the money, but it's nice to leave something to help with funeral costs and other expenses, so they can spend their money on nicer things. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period, unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years for full cover. With Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one. Come on! And you're covered for the whole of your life, so you can just get on with things. Plus, unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Their claims process is really straightforward, so your loved ones will be looked after. Learning more couldn't be simpler and can be done in just a few minutes. Go online or talk to one of their friendly UK team, who will chat you through your options in just one phone call.
Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. Get covered in minutes with no annoying trips to the doctor. With fixed monthly payments, prices start at just £4.42 a month. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
So stop putting it off and get it sorted. That way you can get on with doing something much more interesting.
To find out more about Cover Today, call our friendly UK team on 0800 977 6552 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
Don't they grow up so fast? And sometimes the big life moments like a new home and a new school can be scary. Which reminds me, I don't want my family to worry about mortgage costs if the worst should happen. That's why I'm looking into smart family life insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
OK, you can choose a benefit amount up to £750,000 depending on your age. If you're a UK resident aged 18 to 64, you can apply with just a few health and lifestyle questions. For £250,000 of cover, the price starts at just £14.77 a month.
That's less than I thought. I could help my husband with the mortgage.
Just like families, not all life insurance is the same. That's why we offer the Smart Family Guarantee.
That's good to know.
For even greater peace of mind, you'll also receive a 100% advance in the event of terminal illness and 10% cash back on your first year's premiums. That's the Smart Cashback. Plus, you'll also get your choice of a £125 gift card.
To get a free quote today, call our specialist UK team on 0800 542 1775 or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
With II's low flat pension fees, you could retire with more.
Really?
Open an interactive investor personal pension today.
Since I retired, I've finally got time for the important stuff, like helping my family manage financially if anything happens to me. Which reminds me.
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000.
And that money could help with my funeral costs, or as a gift for my granddaughter. I'll do it.
Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free quote today, call our UK team on 0800 977 6843 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
Sometimes it's the little things that remind us of them. Stay close, even when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with Remittance.
Your attacks aren't analysis, they're distractions from the SCO Summit and from the image of India sitting across the table with Vladimir Putin and other leaders from the global south. Because here's the truth, Mr. Navarro, India engages with Russia, with the West, with the global south, and that's what you call diplomacy, that's what you call leverage, that's called balance. Now, while India builds bridges, you throw insults. While India talks solutions, Washington stumbles into tariff wars. Your own media has, by the way, called it strategic blunder. So say what you want, Mr. Navarro. In the end, your words don't weaken India. They only expose America's insecurity. And if I may, it makes Americans just Google the word Brahmins. All right, we're moving on to the SCO Summit, our top focus today, the meeting between the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian President Vladimir Putin has concluded. We have Aditya Raj call live with us. We also have Gauri joining us live from Tianjin. And we also have our guest with us, who we will go to in a moment from now. But let's start with Aditya. Aditya, the big takeaways from that bilateral meet. It was a meeting not only India and Russia would be watching closely, but the White House as well.
Well, of course, White House is tracking each and every moment of Prime Minister Narendra Modi here, and that is clearly visible from the kind of statements that are coming in from US, from Peter Navarro, for instance, attacking Brahmins of India. Clearly, that clearly indicates that he does not have any advice for Trump. This is the level of frustration that they have, the kind of arrogance that they have, that they are kind of provoking Indians against Americans. We are not going to fall into that trap. But clearly, SCO is a success. Prime Minister Narendra Modi sharing stage with Xi Jinping and Putin, clearly sending out a strong message from the SCO platform to White House, that White House may think what they do about India, about Russia, and about China. But here is a platform of resilience. Here is a bilateral ties between India and China and India and Russia, which are independent of any other, and will continue to boom in the coming days as well. So the bilateral meeting between Putin and Modi is over. In a few minutes from now, we will get more details on that. There will be a statement issued both by India as well as Russia. We will also have Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, release a video and give details of what really transpired in that meeting. These visuals of Putin and Modi walking together, coming out. Modi will be heading out to the airport to leave for New Delhi after concluding a very fruitful and successful visit both to Japan and China. You can see that handshake between Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking place here. Very significant visuals coming in of the kind of bonhomie that is shared by both these leaders of India and Russia, clearly charting out a very progressive path both for New Delhi and Moscow. So clearly a lot of headlines still awaited from Vikram Misri, the Indian Foreign Secretary, and the statement that will come out. But I'm sure that White House will be keeping a very close watch on what was discussed on the Ukraine crisis. Were there any commitments made? And apart from that, on the trade front, how will India and Russia take forward the trade, the Russian oil? Because who knows, Trump may decide to put further sanctions on India if India and Russia continue to boom their trade.
Right, Aditya, do stay with me. Gauri Dwivedi also joining me live, and Maximilian Hess, author and fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, London. Maximilian, thank you for joining us your early morning and our afternoon. From where you're sitting, how do you see the events that have unfolded, especially with Russia at the SCO meeting, with those very symbolic photo ops that have taken place with India and China? How does Europe look at this?
Well, thank you for having me. I think that what we see on display yesterday and this morning really shows the ineffectiveness of President Donald Trump's strategy. It is certainly reasonable that the United States and that international coalition partners look to pressure Russia over its unilateral aggression in Ukraine. Sanctions have been introduced on a multilateral basis for the last 3.5 years, but this random lashing out at India over its purchases of Russian oil is an ineffective policy and one that risks being counterproductive because it is pushing India closer to China and Russia. If the West West and the United States want to constrain Russian oil exports, they have to work together, put these sanctions on a multilateral basis, target not just India, but other purchasers of Russian oil as well, which include China, but even more traditional Western allies or countries like India in the middle, such as the United Arab Emirates and Turkey that have engaged in this trade. And the fact that the Trump administration is engaging in, frankly, race-baiting language targeting India directively is highly ineffective.
Right, do stay with me. A quick summation really. We're just going to sum up what has been happening at that bilateral meeting and what this means for India and Russia. You can see the warmth despite the hostile targeting by Donald Trump. That's what Maximilian was talking about. Despite those tariffs, a key message, a strong message going out from both those leaders. Bonhomme disregarding Trump's harsh scrutiny at this point, not only Trump's, but his teams as well. We spoke about Navarro right at the top of the show. India-Russia relationship is bulletproof. It goes back decades, and what this proves over and over again, the two leaders meeting, their messages to each other, their calls to each other, is that this relationship is there to stay between the two countries. And of course, the India-Russia defense relationship remains invulnerable despite all that the West has been saying over the last couple of years, trying to even put pressure on India initially when the Ukraine-Russia war broke out to take sides. But of course, India remains multi-aligned. That's something that they have made very clear. Gauri now joining us live from Tianjin. Gauri, some unexpected moments that we've seen through the morning in Tianjin. Of course, that condemnation in terms of the terror attack in Pahalgam. Also, some key moments of Putin and Modi in that car. Take us through all those unexpected moments from this morning.
Some very significant developments, Vedika, took place here in Tianjin, and that really sets the stage for the kind of messaging that is being sent out from the SCO Summit. Now, several issues that you raised, let's take them one by one. First and foremost, the SCO Summit declaration does clearly mention Pahalgam terror attack. In no uncertain terms that was mentioned. The Prime Minister's SCO comments also focused on counter-terrorism. It focused on terror. It focused on Pahalgam, spoke about Al-Qaeda, and also mentioned how India has been, attacked due to these terror attacks on several occasions and the kind of damage it does on a long-term basis. And the fact that the SCO Summit has come out saying that that should be addressed, whether it is the perpetrators and the supporters, or that framing, that phrase is extremely significant, because that's essentially what India has all along been saying, that perpetrators, funders, supporters all need to be brought to justice. That's the phrasing. So that's a huge diplomatic win as far as India is concerned, and that sets the stage for how it sees terror going forward. Those talks with regard to terrorism will be significant. Now, the second important bit that, the bilateral that has just ended, we're putting out those visuals for our viewers who are tuning in right now. The Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin bilateral has ended. The PM is now headed to the airport, Tianjin airport, from where he will plane for New Delhi. Several key aspects that came out of this meeting, and even as we await the formal statements and readouts that are likely, one must see the body language here, the way the both leaders addressed each other, my dear friend. And, all those body language and gestures and phrases add up in terms of what it means for the India-Russia relationship. Donald Trump may have started out this year in this presidency, this term, by saying that he wants to bring an end to the war. He wants to isolate Russia. None of that is happening. What is happening is India talking about possibility of ending the Russia-Ukraine war. The Prime Minister mentioned that at the SCO, at the bilateral level, indicating that India may become a player in terms of what could be that peace roadmap and how will that be identified. And I think that's a very significant headline. And as we await for more details that will come out in terms of the India-Russia relationship post the bilateral.
Maximilian, two questions for you. I know you have to leave, so I'll make them quick. One, what are the key takeaways for you from this summit, keeping the tariffs in mind from Donald Trump? Because, of course, like I've been saying from the beginning of the show, it's not that the tariffs came after the SCO summit was, in place, and we're seeing the visuals from there. All right, I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now, Maximilian. That's the Indian Prime Minister leaving for India. after that SCO Summit in Tianjin. His first stop was Japan. The second stop, of course, was Tianjin in China. All smiles, waving at the people and leaving for New Delhi from the airport. He's got with him a huge diplomatic win for India, which is the condemnation by the SCO members. Gauri is still with us. Gauri, the big breakthrough really for us, which we weren't expecting, is a consensus from the members of the SCO on terrorism and what they had to say about the terror attack in April in India.
Indeed, that's the big win for India, for Indian diplomacy here at the SCO. Prime Minister Modi now in planes for India. Those are live visuals that we are putting out for our viewers tuning in. That also means Prime Minister Modi wraps up his two-nation tour. There was also a very successful Japan tour ahead of China, where there was a lot of focus in terms of both trade and building in terms of the investments from Japan and with regard to several aligned geopolitical objectives. That was phase one, leg one of the Prime Minister's tour. And now as he emplanes from SCO here in Tianjin, India also has a very important and a very significant message from the SCO, where the declaration strongly condemns as far as Pahalgam is concerned and also puts the roadmap as to how should terrorism be handled. And I think that's equally significant as the big takeaway as far as the SCO summit is concerned. Also the messaging, let's also tell that to our viewers. Vedika, today was also about those big optics of the three leaders coming together. There may be unofficial exchange of greetings and an exchange of words, but the messaging that came out with the president, the two presidents, along with Prime Minister Modi there, and I think that's another key takeaway of the SCO summit.
Gauri, I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. Max Millen still with us from London. Max Millen, how do you view this meeting or this huddle among the three leaders from the world's three largest countries, Russia, India and China? Symbolic as it may be, it also sends out a strong message to the White House, to the West, about the bullying that Donald Trump has been attempting with India, with other countries at this point. If not the SCO in particular, this is one image that perhaps the White House will sit up and be watching closely.
Yes, certainly. I think as we were discussed earlier, the pageantry of this image shows the counter-effectiveness of Washington's strategy by trying to act unilaterally. It pushes middle countries more into Russia and China's camps. Now, I would see those as two very different camps, but the White House often sees them as one, and having India move closer to that and away from the Quad is clearly against Western interests. That being said, there are natural limits to this partnership, and the SCO remains a sort of talking shop to complain about the West and the United States rather than to actively, effectively agree new policies. And on that, I think Prime Minister Modi is making a clear decision here to react to Trump, but has to remember and will remember that Vladimir Putin himself is not a trustworthy partner. Vladimir Putin, of course, was joined by Imran Khan at the beginning of his full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Russia will look to Pakistan if it sees temporary gains to be made there as well. And, of course, what happens in Ukraine and Russia's aggression and stealing that territory, of course, has implications for other boundary disputes and territorial disputes by other countries. So, this is a reaction rather than the building of something new. What remains to be seen is whether Russia, India, and China can find ways to work on that relationship that isn't just complaining about the United States' admittedly short-sighted actions.
Maxwell, even a word on India and China. While you've had the Chinese president come out and talk about how India and China should be friends and not foes, the rivalry should not be a part of the conversations going ahead, there is a huge amount of mistrust between the two nations, especially because of the line of actual control. So even whatever happened at the SCO summit, you've seen those visuals, you've seen those images, India will have to tread with caution in terms of future ties with Beijing.
Certainly, India has to tread with caution over those issues in the line of actual control and the boundary disputes that India and China have. China's increased military activity on that high Tibetan plateau frontier as well. But what I think India has to keep in mind, and the wider world has to keep in mind, is China is, at least historically, in the last not just 20 years of Vladimir Putin's terms, but the last 50 years, much less likely to invade its neighbors than Russia is. India and China have a competition over a lot of areas of economic interest, a lot of areas of regional influence, but this is the kind of competition that can be done on a peaceful manner, and I think that President Xi of China is at least trying to extend an olive branch there. Again, that doesn't mean he's motivated by any desire to actually solve these issues, but rather to find ways to push back against the United States as well.
Maximilian, Gauri also with us. Gauri, a quick word on the condemnation also that's come through from this SCO summit in terms of all the member states condemning the Pahalgam tragedy and the terror attack that happened there. The irony, of course, is that you had one man in that room as well, the Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif.
Not just him, Vedika, there was also the Turkish President Erdogan. Let's not forget the role that Turkey played during Operation Sindoor, the Turkish drones that were supplied to Pakistan. Also the host country. We all know, in fact, that the Deputy Army Chief of India was when he said that Pakistan was the laboratory of Chinese weapons. About 3/4 of Pakistani weapons right now are of Chinese origin. There was complete alignment as far as the intel sharing between the two sides is concerned. And add to it Azerbaijan. So you put all of them together. This is the
watching at the SCO Summit. This was a message to the world and, of course, to the perpetrators, funders, supporters of cross-border terror attacks. Let's also not forget, Vedika, this is happening when India has redefined how it now views any act of terror. It is now an act of war, which means that if there will be any terror attack on Indian soil, it will be treated as an act of war, and India will respond appropriately. That has been the new normal, and that's exactly what India's messaging was to the world. Now, that really sets the context of how it sees terrorism as one of the central pieces of any significant bilateral relationship. And that also includes China, which is why there have only been tentative steps forward with regards to the bilateral relationship between India and China, where the contentious issues still remain. Now, put that in context with what the SCO statement is, and you put that together and you realize that as far as the India-China relationship is concerned, the bilateral had all the correct optics, even though the cautious nature continues on both sides because of the trust deficit that remains. However, none of that is there with regard to Russia. The Russia-India relationship is now thriving, robust, and which is why the body language is also completely different. You have the two leaders being at ease with each other, speaking, joking, patting each other's shoulder, and of course that ride. That ride may be short, but it did give the leaders a chance to speak to each other directly without the delegations on both sides. And that tells you that from here on, whatever may be the official readout that comes out, there is a clear intent on both India and Russian side to continue the momentum that they have received in terms of their relationship. Trade, defense, even education, Vedika. I think there could be a lot of focus on Russia opening up its universities for Indian students. Indian students are the largest chunk in American universities, but look at the way Donald Trump is treating them. You do not get visas. That's such a big headache right now for parents and for anxious students. Russia could open that avenue for us, and that itself would be a huge important aspect in terms of people-to-people ties. Add to it the possibility of India goading both sides, Russia and Ukraine, to find a peace roadmap.
Gauri, do stay with me. We also have Maximilian with us. We'll go back to him also in a moment from now. But we didn't expect, and that's something Gauri, Aditya and I have been discussing, that huge condemnation that's come through from the SCO summit on the Pahalgam terror attack. And that started, or rather they came to that after the Indian Prime Minister made this statement on terror at the SCO summit.
और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें SCO रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है।
Maximilian Hess still with us, and so is Gauri. Maximilian, before I let you go, my last question to you is, you know, with the tariffs that have been implemented on India, imposed rather on India, US is being seen as an unpredictable partner for India. But even in terms of realignments, in terms of reaching out to other allies and building from there, the reality is it's going to take time for India to do that. So while you see the optics play out, the bottom line is it's not an immediate, you know, turn to the east in this case, or to the global south, that India can manage in the near future.
Well, certainly. India's largest export partner remains the United States. The U.S. is a very deep and important global consumer market, and Donald Trump is imposing these costs not just on the U.S.'s trade partners, but on the U.S. consumer, who is ultimately the one who pays the tariff, and that poses potential economic weakness for the United States. But at the same time, there are huge capital controls in almost all of the countries that make up the so-called BRICS, or even the SCO. It is very unlikely that they're able to reach anytime soon truly global alternative economic structures that can replace the U.S.'s role there. But does this further the narrative of U.S. decline and the rise of some other kind of potential and increased multipolarity, at least? Yes, it certainly does.
All right, Maximilian, thank you for joining us this morning, London
Thank you for
time.
having me.
But there is also a tweet coming in from the Indian Prime Minister that is there on your screens. I'm going to read that out. He has said, and I quote Narendra Modi here, concluding a productive visit to China where I attended the SCO Summit and interacted with various world leaders. Also emphasized India's stand on key global issues. Thankful to President Xi Jinping, the Chinese government, and people for the successful organization of this summit. So the Indian Prime Minister there calling his visit to China both productive as well as successful. Gauri still with us. Gauri, sum up for us the day that has gone by. We've seen the Prime Minister just in plane for New Delhi, but the key takeaways from you on the ground, you've been there covering every aspect of his visit.
Indeed, Vedika, several key aspects that really define SCO Summit 2025. First and foremost, which is that every journalist here in this room, which has about 2,500 to 3,000 journalists, asked about India, asked about India's position, asked about the bilaterals. That just tells you the significance of the messaging in terms of New Delhi's stance and the message that it was sending to the world. So that's the first and biggest takeaway in terms of SCO. The second also was the image that came out with the three leaders together, that is Russian President Vladimir Putin, his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping, and Prime Minister Modi. Yes, it was an informal meeting just ahead of the formal heads of state discussion of the SCO Summit. But those optics matter. And if you see in terms of diplomacy, not everything has to be written. Whatever is not written in words, in statements, is what you decipher through body language. And those optics really did come out very strongly, suggesting that the three leaders are looking to potentially take this dialogue discussion forward. Whatever may be the format, whatever may be the platform, but the intent itself and the display of that was very significant. Now, the other important bit, the bilateral that has just concluded with President Putin, we put that out as well, the message and the tweet that Prime Minister Modi put out, which is extremely significant, which also spoke about economic partnerships, which included specifics with regarding fertilizers, with regarding several others. And I think that's equally important, that needs to be highlighted, because economic partnership and deepening of that between India and Russia is also going to be extremely significant from our trade exposure point of view, and also diversification of our overall trade outlooks. We already saw last month China had put an unofficial freeze with regards to export of rare earth minerals and fertilizers to India. Yes, that freeze got lifted when Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in India, but that freeze was there and it impacted Indian businesses, it impacted India Inc. In the backdrop of that, this meeting...
You might think people our age spend all day twiddling our thumbs. Well, yes, that does happen. You see, becoming more, shall we say, experienced has its advantages. Like Saga's 5-star rated car insurance, designed for people over 50. That protects your no-claim discount, even if you're hit by an uninsured driver. There's a reason it's award-winning. Call or visit saga.co.uk for a quote today.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma. But so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pamelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 038 4926 and giving £1 a week to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 038 4926. Text C13 to 82727 or go online and give just £1 a week now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
Whether you're setting up a new nest, starting your own flock, or they just keep on growing, get more time to pay with VeryPay. You can buy now and pay up to 12 months later, and pay no interest, with nothing to pay at checkout. And you can easily keep track of payments in the Very app. More time to pay with VeryPay.
I've been thinking, I want to plan my funeral so it feels more like a celebration. My parents always said I was born dancing. I just love it. Bhangra, disco, even line dancing. So when my time comes, I want to have music, dancing, the lot.
With over 150 years' experience,
You can count on Co-op Funeral Care to help you pre-plan the funeral you want. To find out more, visit Co-op Funeral Care or give us a call.
Prime Minister himself even today talk about how India wants peace in that region. So clearly it seems that there could be an important role that the Indian Prime Minister will play in the coming days, because there has been this repeated statement from all three on India's role there.
Yeah, and remember that Prime Minister Modi has traveled to Russia as well with that same message last year, saying that, look, we've reached out to the Ukrainians, we are reaching out to you, please let's find a political solution to an end to the war. That's the way India has always seen it. Now, the other parts of, the conversation, including with Putin, included discussions on trade, fertilizer, space, security and culture. India has a very important and deep military relationship with Russia. The fact that you had Pete Navarro, the advisor to President Trump, criticize India's continued imports of defense equipment from Russia is something that doesn't sit well in Delhi. There is no explicit mention of India's, oil trade with Russia, but there is no policy whatsoever for India to bring that down, despite what the United States has to say. One would assume that that will continue. So India carrying out what we believe is necessary in our national interest, and I think that is what has been elaborated, in these very warm, cordial ties, and discussions between China, Russia and India.
And the message, Gauri, that goes out not only to the US but the world from the SCO stage today was, despite all the rhetoric coming in from the White House, the relations between India and Russia remain strong.
I think it is rather interesting.
The fact that the messaging that came out where Prime Minister Modi put that message out on social media platform, very clearly saying that message that he had an excellent meeting with President Putin and a whole host of issues were discussed. As Vishnu was saying, Ukraine is one key aspect of that discussion that came up, and something that the PM mentioned in his opening comments, and also at the SCO Summit deliberation as well. There also, India had mentioned Ukraine, so it was clear that Ukraine, in some form or the other, the conflict is likely to feature in those talks. It also indicates that India is now a player in some form as far as identifying a potential peace for a roadmap. Having said that, the other aspects of this meeting, trade being one, is extremely significant. Critical minerals, fertilizers, other aspects, energy security, that was also mentioned, is extremely significant because, yes, you mentioned, Vedika, about the sharp rhetoric coming in from Trump administration. India has been extremely measured in its response and has not responded to those undiplomatic comments coming in from America, the Trump administration. But will that and did that have a bearing in terms of the discussions that took place between the two leaders? Read out the statement, which clearly talks about energy security being a key area that was discussed and focused when the two leaders met. They met for almost 50 minutes and a whole host of issues were discussed. And the sense one gets is that defense could be another area where one can see more progress happening going forward. Will that be in the form of defense deals? Will that be in the form of greater defense cooperation? Remains to be seen. India has already spoken about and its intent for building a Sudarshan Chakra. What are the odds of America now playing a great and significant role in India's Sudarshan Chakra, given the rhetoric that's coming in from Washington?
Right.
That is a key question, which means that Russia is likely to be a very important and significant stakeholder as far as the defense cooperation that India and Russia have.
Gauri and Vishnu, we'll keep coming back to you for more, but before we move on, we just want to once again replay those statements by the Indian Prime Minister ahead of the bilateral meeting with the Russian President Vladimir Putin.
कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीजों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है। हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं। दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे, संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है।
Big news coming in from New Delhi. It's a big order from the Supreme Court on the Election Commission survey in Bihar. The Supreme Court has extended the deadline for filing the objections. Joining me live is Nupur from New Delhi. Nupur, just take us through the details and when is the deadline now been moved to?
Well, there's a small correction here. The Supreme Court has not extended the deadline. The Election Commission today itself told the top court that it will be accepting objections and claims from deleted voters beyond September 1 also. So the filing of objections will go on till September 30. That is according to the Election Commission of India. Until the final list is prepared, they will keep accepting objections. So this was the first thing that the Election Commission of India today told the Supreme Court. And noting the same, the top court has in fact now went on to appoint paralegal volunteers. The Supreme Court called the lack of mistrust between Election Commission of India and political parties unfortunate, and now it has appointed its own officers, paralegal volunteers, to help deleted voters in Bihar, SIR, to come forward and approach the Election Commission of India to make sure that their claims are considered by Election Commission of India before the final list is prepared. So this is a very big development that the Election Commission of India has now itself told the court that it will be accepting all the claims beyond the September 1 deadline. Previously, September 1 was set as a deadline for submitting objections by all the deleted voters. But now Election Commission of India has said that it is an ongoing process and they will keep accepting objections raised by deleted voters.
When is the question?
Can you come again?
Nupur, the question also is then, you said that the Election Commission has extended the deadline. They had mentioned this in the court today, but have they said till when they will be accepting these, admissions and applications?
Yes, of course. Till the time the list is published, that is till September 30th, the Election Commission of India said that till the time they are preparing the list, they will keep accepting the objections, and after the list is finalized, they will be considering the objections raised by persons who have been wrongfully deleted or have claims of being voters and electors from those their area. So this is the Election Commission has clarified in the Supreme Court that September 1 is not the only deadline. It is an ongoing process until the time they are coming up with the final list, that is the next month. The voters have time to come forward and approach the Election Commission of India with their claims.
All right, so the Election Commission itself in court today has said that they are extending the deadline for the special intensive revision, the SIR, of electoral rolls in poll-bound Bihar. That's a big takeaway from Nupur. Moving now from New Delhi to Patna, where Ankit is. He's in the middle of that mega opposition rally in Patna. Ankit, over to you. Tell us what's happening on the ground, the show of strength there, and what impact this could happen ahead of the state elections there.
Let me apologize, Vedika. I was barely able to hear what you were saying because possibly there are jammers here. This is behind me, the Dak Bangla Chauraha, where in Patna, Rahul Gandhi's rally has, in fact, the road show has culminated. They are not allowed to go beyond this and very soon Tejasvi Yadav and Rahul Gandhi are going to address the crowd, the people, those who had come here as well. But just coming to the SIR and what the Supreme Court has said today is of very, very, great importance as far as the elections in Bihar are concerned. And the biggest, in fact, headline that I think, or at least that we've been discussing, of course, is the acceptance of Aadhaar beyond the 65 lakh people, those who were initially deleted from the draft roll. Now, Election Commission, the court has very clearly said if the Election Commission does not accept beyond those people as well, then the court is there to hear their grievances, Vedika. So essentially what the court today has done, it has made Aadhaar as the 12th document in the list of the 11 that Election Commission was already accepting, and plus with 65 lakh people now it has been extended to everybody else as well who wants to put out any objections or feels that their name has been left out. This at this moment will have a big resonance as far as people here are concerned. Many of them on the Vote Adhikar Yatra have been speaking about this. The cadres of the Mahagathbandhan have been going village to village, trying to tell people about what they perceive are irregularities as far as the electoral rolls are concerned. And with this order coming in, at least this will be presented as a big victory of this rally as well. We will have to wait and see the political implications of this, whether this yatra itself becomes one of the talking point, a point which sways the votes either this way or that for the Mahagathbandhan or the ruling alliance in Bihar. But at least with the Election Commission, with the Supreme Court saying what it has said, this will come as a big boost for the participants of the Mahagathbandhan and the Voter Adhikar Yatra.
Ankit, if you can hear me, you're in the midst of that rally there. You've been speaking to people on the ground. How much of your conversations with them, or rather their conversations with you, has been about the SIR?
These people, if I speak about the people, those who had come to this rally, let me also clarify, they are, most of them are hardcore cadre, either of the Congress Party, CPIM or the RJD. So for them, there is an understanding of what SIR is and what this whole Voter Adhikar Yatra is. How much of that has percolated among the voters? For that, possibly, I will have to move out once this yatra culminates here in Patna, move around other places, whether that is something that people have are talking about. And that will also, in a way, Vedika, will give you a sense whether this yatra has been able to put across its core message as well. Because what they are trying to do, apart from the Bijli, Sadak, Pani and the usual governance issues which dominate the electoral campaign. Of course, in Bihar, the campaign is also on caste lines. But beyond that, have they been able to make the SIR or the alleged voter irregularities an electoral issue, which the Mahagathbandhan very clearly has tried to do with this yatra? We will have to wait and see, once we move out of this very corridor or this area, which is at this moment swarmed by people who have allegiance or have some sort of affinity as far as these political parties are concerned.
Ankit Tyagi, thanks for joining us live from Patna. We'll keep coming back to you for more. That's the other developing story we're tracking here on Breaking Ground. Slipping a short break. On the other side, we return with an update from Jammu and Kashmir, where the Home Minister Amit Shah is at right now. He's taking a review of the situation in the flood-hit areas.
Get the new Google Pixel 10 Pro on EE because powerful AI deserves the UK's best network.
Hey Gemini, help me organize my living room.
Got it. Let's get that sofa moved. Turn it around and place it on the other side of the room, against the wall. Try mixing books with photos on the shelf to make it feel like home.
Talk to Gemini about anything you see. Powered by EE. Offer ends 15th of September.
Together, we are Sightsavers. Together, with local doctors and nurses,
we are treating millions of people with diseases or conditions that cause sight loss. Together with parents and carers, we are helping families live free from the fear of children going blind from avoidable causes. And together with those who have left a gift in their will to sightsavers, we are doing all this and more. Since 1950, in over 30 countries, we've provided over 1.5 billion treatments to help prevent blindness and other conditions. But there's more to be done. Together, we can create a future where diseases that cause sight loss are eliminated from whole communities. Get your free guide to leaving a gift in your will by calling 0800 038 2283 or searching Sightsavers Legacy. Leave a gift in your will to Sightsavers. And together, we can create a future where no one goes blind from preventable causes.
Unexpected expense? Drafty's got your back. Borrowing £100 for a month costs less than £6. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
Sometimes it's the little things that remind us of them. Stay close, even when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with Remittance.
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I've got a few rounds left to go. And I don't want my lot to have to worry about funeral costs. Let them spend their money on nicer things. So I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period, unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years for full cover. With Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one, and you're covered for the whole of your life. Plus, unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call.
Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period and no annoying trips to the doctors either. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I'm with Cover Today, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To find out more about Cover Today, call our friendly UK team on 0800 380 0060 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
Welcome back. Home Minister Amit Shah is in Jammu and Kashmir for a flood review in the Union Territory. The Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah and the Lieutenant Governor joined him on this survey. Remember, Jammu and Kashmir has been reeling due to cloudbursts and flash floods, with scores of people dead due to the flooding. Nazir Masoodi now joins me on the phone line. Nazir, Jammu and Kashmir impacted badly, and you see the Home Minister there. What are the immediate relief measures that have been announced by the Chief Minister and the central government?
Well, government has already announced relief measures, but now it is not just assessing the damage as having a first-hand experience what exactly has happened. Home Minister coming here, he reached Jammu yesterday evening, held a meeting with top officials, and now going to the ground, seeing himself what exactly is the problem, how the magnitude of the problem. Hundreds of the houses have been damaged and many people have been killed. In fact, more than 160 in the weather-related incidents, whether it was cloudburst in Padar, in Kishtwar, or it was 35 pilgrims who died in Mata Vaishno Devi track, or many people in Jammu and many villages and the neighborhoods were really ravaged by the floods. Now it is a long-term, this planning what government is going to do besides the, reaching out to people with the relief and rehabilitation of those who have been badly affected by the floods. So the Minister in Jammu holding meetings, going to the ground, meeting political parties, meeting the affected people also. And now we saw Chief Minister also was here yesterday on the Srinagar-Jammu National Highway, which has been now formally, partially restored to the further traffic. But if you see the magnitude of damage, it is very high. And Mata Vaishno Devi Yatra remains, suspended for last 1 week. So that remains a certain concern because of the weather, and there's a forecast there could be more rain. But Home Minister himself going to the ground, reaching out to the people in Jammu and Kashmir, and we'll have to wait if their centre is going to announce some special package for the Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, Nazir, thanks for joining us on the phone line there. Quick update on the other northern states that are also reeling under the monsoons, witnessing floods and incessant rain for several days now. As rain batters states, the Met Department has issued a red alert for parts of Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, and Uttarakhand today. Himachal Pradesh has been witnessing relentless rains since the 20th of June, resulting in widespread deaths of around 300 landslides, flash floods and road blockages have crippled the state severely, impacting the agriculture and local businesses. Authorities are focused now on relief measures, with schools and colleges closed, even as parts of the country, especially in the north, are reeling under heavy rainfall. The IMD has said that September is likely to see above normal rainfall as well, and further warned of landslides and flash floods in the states of Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. In Himachal Pradesh, which has been hit by landslides, cloudbursts and flash floods this monsoon, rescuers brace for more arduous work. Himachal Pradesh has suffered 312 deaths since the onset of the monsoons on the 20th of June. More than 660 roads, including 4 national highways, remain blocked in Himachal. The state is struggling to recover from a season of destruction that has brought 72% excess rainfall in the month of August alone. A red alert for heavy rain was in force for Chamba and for some other areas, including Solan and Bilaspur districts, and an orange alert for Shimla. Meanwhile, in the state of Uttarakhand, the government has declared a one-day holiday today for all government and private schools from classes 1 to 12, as well as Anganwadi centres in several districts due to the IMD's heavy rainfall warning. A holiday has been announced in Dehradun, Uttarkashi, Chamoli and in some other areas. We bring you this ground report filed by Ravish Ranjan Shukla.
मनाली में ब्यास नदी ने कैसी तबाही मचाई है, उसका जीता जागता उदाहरण ये है कि ये नदी के किनारे जो ये देखिए कॉटेज बने हुए हैं, ये सारा डैमेज हो गया है। और एक सबसे बड़ी बात ये आप देखिए पानी यहाँ से बहा, लेकिन ये जो होटल आप देख रहे हैं ऊपर, ये एक बड़े से चट्टान के ऊपर होटल बना हुआ है। अब आप देखिए इस होटल का आर्किटेक्ट देखिए कि ये बड़े से चट्टान के ऊपर होटल बना होने की वजह से ये होटल सुरक्षित रह गया, जबकि इसके नीचे की जो सीढ़ी है ये ख़त्म हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर एक पार्किंग थी, गाड़ियाँ खड़ी हुई थी, तो गाड़ियों के चेचिस दिख रही है, बाकी पूरी गाड़ी गायब हो चुकी है। अब आइए आगे हम दिखाते हैं आपको कि किस तरीके से ये पूरी तबाही मची है। यहाँ पर पानी जो है ऐसे चल रहा था, और ये देखिए ये सड़क का पूरा किनारा पानी ने पूरी तरीके से ख़त्म कर दिया। ये यहाँ तक पानी है पूरा चल रहा था, और इसके वजह से जो है वो आसपास की इमारतें डैमेज हुई हैं। सीढ़ी इसकी होटल की, ये होटल बड़ा वायरल हुआ था क्योंकि ये बड़े से चट्टान के ऊपर में है, इसलिए ये होटल बच गया, यानी चट्टान के वजह से ये होटल सुरक्षित रह गया। लेकिन इसके बगल में आप देखिए कि वो सारी बिल्डिंग नीचे बनी हुई थी, तो इसकी वजह से वो सारी डैमेज हो गई।
All colleges and schools in the state of Punjab have been shut amid incessant rains and floods in the state. This has been the worst floods that the state of Punjab has witnessed in decades. Acres of agricultural land have been damaged. Take a look at my colleague Gurpreet's ground report from Amritsar.
NDTV team has reached at Sultanpur Lodi, and we are showing all these pictures from ground. We have seen the whole area have been submerged. Some of the people have been rescued from the various locations of this area. We will talk to them to understand how many problems they have been facing. तो आपका कितनी मुश्किलें आप फेस कर रहे हो पिछले काफ़ी दिनों से?
बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किलें, 4-4 फुट साढ़े घरां 'च पानी आ। सिर्फ कोई साडा नहीं सरकार ने साथ दिता, सिर्फ बाबियां लोहियां घर सेवा का काम चलता तो साडा गुजारा होण दिया। बहुत मंदा हाल है जी।
तो पूरा घर के जितने भी जी है सारे बाहर चले गए, या घर पे कुछ लोग रह रहे हैं?
कुछ है, घर छोड़ के कहाँ जाएगा। अंदर वाले कमरे में पानी नहीं है, बाकी सारा घर में 4-4 फुट पानी है। NDRF की टीम लगी हुई है।
समस्या पानी की है, जो
पानी की है, पानी आप ही उतर जाए तो हम हमारा
3500 के करीब एकड़ जो जमीन है वो बिल्कुल जो
बहुत, तुम देख ही रहे हो क्या हाल है जमीन का। 8-8 फुट 6-6 फुट 8-8 फुट पानी है, ये कहाँ बचेगी जमीन फसल।
तो बिल्कुल यहाँ पे कुछ लोग मदद करने के लिए भी आए, आप मदद करने के लिए आए हैं, यहाँ पे खाना पीना लेके आए, लोगों तक पहुँचा रहे हैं?
हाँ जी सर, ਅਸੀਂ टंडोली कलां तो आए, संगरूर साडा जिला ही है, उरोए
ਆਟਾ ਦਾਲ ਪਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਬਿਸਕੁਟ ਡਬਲ ਰੋਟੀਆਂ ਜੀ ਬ੍ਰੈਡ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਸਮੱਗਰੀ ਇਕੱਠੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਜੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਸਹਿਯੋਗ ਨਾਲ ਜੀ ਉਰੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ
We have seen the whole Punjab is grappling with this flood crisis, and we have seen multiple rescue operations are being carried out by the multiple agencies here, and specifically local administration as well as NDRF as well as army. They are conducting rescue operation to save the people.
And it's time to move away from India for a moment and bring you all the top headlines from across the world at this hour in our segment Worldview. The top trade advisor of Donald Trump reiterates his allegations against India, says that Brahmins have been profiteering from India's purchase of Russian oil. Israel's defense minister has claimed that a spokesperson for the terrorist group Hamas's armed wing was killed by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza over the weekend. And the big story from Afghanistan, tragedy unfolding there. At least 600 people have been killed after a 6.0 magnitude earthquake rocked Afghanistan Sunday. And that's a top story on Worldview. A magnitude 6.0 earthquake shook eastern Afghanistan near Pakistan border late on Sunday. According to reports, at least 600 people have been killed and dozens are injured. The quake was centered 27 kilometers east-northeast of the city of Jalalabad. Now, what we're also being told by the US Geological Survey is that it was just 8 kilometers deep. Shallower quakes tend to cause more damage, and that's what we're seeing in Afghanistan. A 4.5 magnitude quake occurred some 20 minutes later in the same province. You can expect aftershocks to happen as well. The other big international story at this hour, for the first time in over 2 decades, the number of Indian visitors to the US has seen a decline in the month of June. According to the US Commerce Department, travel from India dropped by 8% compared to June last year. Around 2.1 lakh Indians traveled to the US this June, down from 2.3 lakh in the same month of 2024. Early estimates for July suggest the downward trend is continuing with a 5.5% dip in year-over-year travel. It's not just Indian travelers. Overall, international visits to the US have also declined. Experts point to ongoing visa delays and global uncertainties as possibilities for this slowdown. Still, India remains one of the most important markets for inbound US tourism. All right, that's all we have time for in this show, Breaking Ground. Up next, Padmaja with all the top stories, especially the focus being the SCO Summit. Remember, the Indian Prime Minister has now in plane for New Delhi. Stay tuned.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma, but so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pamelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 038 4926 and giving £1 a week to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 038 4926. Text C13 to 82727 or go online and give just £1 a week now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
Admiral, caring about what matters most to people, has always been at the heart of what we do. Admiral, always looking out for you.
Vista Health means fast access to scans. Vista Health means rapid results. Vista Health means convenient locations. Vista Health means affordable pricing. At Vista Health, we know what your health means to you. And that's why we provide fast access to MRI, ultrasound, echocardiogram and other health scans, without the need for a referral or medical insurance. Get the answers you need. Book your scan today at vistahealth.co.uk.
With Post Office Over 50s life cover, enjoy peace of mind knowing your family will receive a guaranteed payout when you're gone. UK resident 50 to 80, your guaranteed acceptance. No health checks and from just £1.15 a week. Plus free 24/7 GP access with the health and wellbeing benefit. Purchase and receive a £125 gift card for amazon.co.uk, Tesco or M&S. Call Post Office on 0800 171 2211.
Mega show of strength by a united opposition in Patna. Rahul Gandhi's Voter Adhikar Yatra culminates in the capital city of Bihar. Multiple opposition leaders are in attendance, but it's still unclear who is going to be the face of this alliance in the Bihar elections. Meanwhile, for the SIR in Bihar, EC extends deadline to file objections. Remember that deadline was supposed to end today. Now the Supreme Court has said that the poll body will accept objections beyond the 1st of September as well. Good afternoon, you're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Padmaja Joshi and it's a big news day beginning from the SCO and the big news that came out of there with all the member states condemning terrorism. Now that the Prime Minister has left China, we turn our focus on the biggest political story of the day. 16 days, 25 districts and over 100 constituencies across Bihar. Rahul Gandhi's Voter Adhikar Yatra today concludes in Bihar's capital city, Patna, and this yatra has been called from Gandhi to Ambedkar. Why? Because that is the route that has been taken by Rahul Gandhi for his roadshow. It has started from Gandhi Maidan and it is going to culminate at the Ambedkar statue, where the Congress MP and leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha is going to be paying his respects to the framer of our constitution, Dr. Bhim Rao Ambedkar. Several India bloc leaders are also joining Rahul Gandhi's campaign. And remember, the central theme of this entire yatra has been vote chori, with Rahul Gandhi and his team coining the phrase vote chor gaddi chor. They hope that the Bihar election is going to show the momentum of this particular call. They have picked up on the SIR that is being conducted in Bihar by the Election Commission to say that the votes of opposition voters are systematically being stolen by the EC along with the BJP. And it's on this issue that the entire opposition today is coming together. It's a big show of strength. You've got TMC's Yusuf Pathan, Shiv Sena's Sanjay Raut, NCP's Supriya Sule, all of them expected. JMM Chief and in fact Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, is also present. Akhilesh Yadav had participated earlier. Today he is not there. Tejasvi Yadav, of course, has been marching along with Rahul Gandhi, along with Dipankar Bhattacharya of the CPI-ML in this entire yatra. Now, what are the claims made? The claim is that 65 lakh people who have been removed from the draft electoral rolls, all of this has been done deliberately in order to weaken the opposition, that these are all opposition voters and they are being targeted and weeded out by the Election Commission, which is working hand in glove with the BJP. But today, when it comes to this particular yatra, there is a single-minded focus, hope that the momentum of this yatra is carried forward into the Bihar elections and then maybe into the next few elections, because next year is going to be even more crucial. You've got states like West Bengal going to polls, you've got Tamil Nadu going into elections, Kerala is going to go into elections soon, and the opposition will be hoping that this is something that begins in Bihar and then spreads to the rest of the country.
नई आज़ादी की ओर बढ़ रहा है और नई करवट ले लिया बिहार। बिहार ने परिवर्तन की आवाज बुलंद कर दी। गरीबों के साथ जो जुल्म करोगे, युवाओं के साथ जो अत्याचार करोगे, छात्रों की जिंदगी के साथ खिलवाड़ करोगे और किसानों को आत्महत्या करने पर मजबूर करोगे, तो जब तक राहुल गांधी हैं तब तक संविधान सुरक्षित है।
आज राहुल गांधी जी पटना में यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं वोट चोरी के खिलाफ और हम सब पूरे कांग्रेस जनता के साथ खड़े हैं। जनता चाहती है उनके अधिकारों को छीना ना जाए और ये जो प्रहार हो रहा है हमारी लोकतांत्रिक प्रणाली के ऊपर वोट चोरी के माध्यम से, उसके विरोध में पूरा इंडिया अलायंस, पूरे देश की जनता और पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी राहुल जी के नेतृत्व में सामने खड़ी है। इसको बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
मत की क्या उसकी अहमियत है, मत बदलाव का कैसे वाहक होता है, ये तमाम प्रश्न न सिर्फ उन जिलों में या उन विधानसभाओं से जहां से ये गुजरी, बल्कि उसके बाएं 100-200 किलोमीटर और दाएं 100-200 किलोमीटर तक ये गूंज गई और वहीं तक महदूद नहीं रही। ये बिहार के बाहर भी। तो मैं समझता हूँ इसका सबसे बड़ा हासिल है कि कम से कम मुझे स्मरण नहीं है कि आज़ादी के बाद चुनाव आयोग की विश्वसनीयता, नियत और उनकी नीतियों पर इतना बड़ा सवाल कभी हुआ।
देखिए, जनता का यह अधिकार है वोट देने का। हर व्यक्ति एक वोट के लिए एलिजिबल है और ये आज़ादी के बाद से, जब से देश में चुनाव हो रहे हैं, तब से लोगों को यह अधिकार मिला हुआ है। लेकिन भाजपा चुनाव आयोग के साथ मिलकर के किस तरीके से हर वक्त हर जगह सत्ता में रहे, इसके लिए क्या क्या कर रही है देश में, ये सबके सामने है। हमारे नेता आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी ने पूरे फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स के साथ महाराष्ट्र में क्या हुआ, कैसे वोट बढ़ा के ये लोग सत्ता में आने का काम किए, और उसके बिल्कुल विपरीत जब इनकी चोरी पकड़ी गई है तो उसके बिल्कुल विपरीत बिहार में वोट बंदी करके सत्ता में काबिज होना चाहते हैं। ये हम कतई होने नहीं देंगे। इस देश के युवाओं का जो अधिकार है नौकरियों पे हो, उनके प्रगति पर हो, वह सुनिश्चित हो सकता है उनके एक वोट से।
Before the election, it's a war of narratives, make no mistake about it. The opposition's messaging is that not just democracy, not just constitution, now your very right to vote has been threatened. It is under attack and the BJP and the Election Commission are working together to do this. The BJP, on the other hand, has given it a twist by calling it the Ghuspaitiya Bachao Yatra. Remember, earlier, the Election Commission sources had indicated that there are a number of outsiders, infiltrators, people who are not Indians, who have also been identified during the SIR, and their names will also be struck off the electoral rolls, although data to that effect hasn't officially yet come from the Election Commission. But since then, first the Home Minister and now even Shivraj Singh Chauhan has said, what is the real aim of this yatra? Is it really about protecting the right to vote, or is it about protecting the vote bank of the opposition?
क्योंकि मैं उन लोगों में से हूं जिनकी दृढ़ मान्यता है इस देश में एक भी घुसपैठिया कहीं पर नहीं रहना चाहिए। आज भी इलेक्शन कमीशन मतदाता सूची का शुद्धिकरण कर रहा है, SIR कर रहा है। कुछ पार्टियां इसके विरुद्ध घुसपैठिया बचाओ यात्रा लेकर निकली। मैं असम के युवाओं को आज पूछना चाहता हूं, किसी भी देश की मतदाता सूची देश के लोकतंत्र का हृदय होती है। मतदाता सूची में विदेशी नागरिकों को स्थान मिलना चाहिए। इतने सारे प्रबुद्ध जन बैठे हैं, मुझे कहे कि मतदाता सूची में विदेशी नागरिकों को स्थान मिलना चाहिए क्या?
और आजकल बिहार में क्या हो रहा है? रैलियां निकल रही, यात्राएं। वो यात्रा वोट चोरी की यात्रा नहीं है, घुसपैठिया बचाओ यात्रा है। घुसपैठिया गठबंधन बना हुआ है, SIR के नाम पे हल्ला हो रहा है। घुसपैठिया गठबंधन वाले कैसे घुसपैठिए बने रहे वोटर लिस्ट में? अगर दूसरे देश से आए तो भैया कहां से आए हो, कब आए हो, कैसे आए हो? हमारा देश है कि धर्मशाला?
All right, joining us now on this broadcast, we have NDTV's Prabhakar Kumar joining us from the ground in Patna, and NDTV's political editor Vasudha Venugopal is with me in the studio. But Prabhakar, to you first. Since you have also tracked this within Bihar, they have tried to cover at least 100 constituencies. What is the feedback you get from the people? Is it finding resonance among the voters? Has the message of vote chori trickled down to the last person?
See, the India Alliance leaders would love to believe that it has actually trickled down to the last vote on the ground, because not only for last 15 days when this yatra began, but even before that, they have been making noise about it. You saw a band call given by the opposition on this particular issue, and then this mega yatra of 15 days, which actually toured the length and breadth of the state. Rahul Gandhi, along with SV Yadav, they were all there on the ground, trying to send out a message to the voters that they are being deprived by their voting right, by this BJP government, by the election commission at the behest of the BJP government. And apart from the other issues, other traditional issues in Bihar, like unemployment, like migration, like law and order, they are trying to make this as one of the big election issues. And India Alliance leaders like to believe that they have been successful so far in actually trickling down the message to the last vote on the ground.
All right. In fact, some of these images that we are getting, without a doubt, Vasudha, there is an effort, and time and again, people have attacked the Congress, the India Alliance for not being unified. You know, there were plenty of cracks that emerged. Omar Abdullah had a difference of opinion. Arvind Kejriwal has pretty much said, I'm out of this. But at least today there's an effort to put up a united front. I think every alliance partner also recognizes that this message has the potential of finding an echo among the voters.
That's right, Padmaja. In fact, as a parliament reporter, I would often say that, you know, only in the parliament the united opposition strategy works, because, you know, whenever there's an Ambedkar protest or SIR, the opposition comes together. Otherwise, you know, the DMK always says the TMC doesn't want to support us on language. The TMC says, epic may we don't have that kind of, you know, united opposition.
I mean, imagine MK Stalin came all the way to Patna. Despite having a language barrier, he came, he even did a speech, although today you don't have Mamata Banerjee coming, but she still sent Yusuf Pathan. She sent 2 MPs to represent her.
Yes, Litish Mani Tripathi and of course Yusuf Pathan. But the fact that she is not there is a big message out there. But like you said, MK Stalin, Revanth Reddy, Siddaramaiah, and Mr. Sukhu, so all the Congress chief ministers were also there. So this is the Congress party trying to take the mantle of leadership onto itself and saying that, you know, we are the only party capable of leading the opposition. So SIR is, you know, this one issue that they have picked on. And I do think, Padmaja, that this could be a big gamble, because there are other issues that they could have really focused on. But Rahul Gandhi has this habit of focusing on one issue, and that's exactly what he has done. The Congress party has also alleged 85 lakh discrepancies in electoral rolls. But two things that the opposition does not find going along, you know, its narrative is one, the judiciary, because the process of SIR has not been stayed. The second thing is, of course, you know, we've not seen those large-scale protests that we saw during CAA. So, like Prabhakar said, how much of resonance does this issue have on ground remains to be seen.
You know, and 2-3 things. Since you spoke about...
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I've got a few rounds left to go. And yeah, I will be retiring in a few years, so it makes sense to plan ahead.
Come on, Mary.
That's why I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. Look, the kids don't need the money, but it's nice to leave something to help with funeral costs and other expenses, so they can spend their money on nicer things. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period, unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years for full cover. With Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one. Come on! And you're covered for the whole of your life, so you can just get on with things. Plus, unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Their claims process is really straightforward, so your loved ones will be looked after. Learning more couldn't be simpler and can be done in just a few minutes. Go online or talk to one of their friendly UK team who will chat you through your options in just one phone call.
Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. Get covered in minutes with no annoying trips to the doctor. With fixed monthly payments, prices start at just £4.42 a month. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
So stop putting it off and get it sorted. That way you can get on with doing something much more interesting.
To find out more about Cover Today, call our friendly UK team on 0800 977 6552 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
This is an important message for people living with diabetes, from people living with diabetes.
When I was experiencing the symptoms of diabetes, I didn't know what was going on.
You go on the internet and it's full of horror stories.
I didn't understand about carbs, I didn't understand about blood glucose levels.
That's why the support I get as a Diabetes UK member is so important.
You can become a Diabetes UK member for just £3 a month. When you do, you'll receive a practical guide specific to your type of diabetes and a copy of Balance magazine 4 times a year. Plus, you'll help support research that could lead to better treatments for all types of diabetes.
As members, we're all working it out together.
Call 0800 144 5410 or go online to become a Diabetes UK member for just £3 a month. Join us now, because membership can help you learn to live better with diabetes.
At Admiral, caring about what matters most to people has always been at the heart of what we do. Admiral, always looking out for you.
Issue was rightly brought up by Vasudha. Prabhakar, I want to ask you, there are a lot of pictures that have emerged in the recent past. Rahul Gandhi speaking right now, and pictures which showed that Rahul Gandhi, when that Jeep was driving, Rahul Gandhi was standing right in front, and you had Rohini and Akhilesh Yadav in the back seat. They were like standing there. They were almost not visible to the media's cameras. The question that many people are asking is, who is the real driver in this entire yatra? Who's in the driving seat? Or has Rahul Gandhi actually managed to project himself as a nationwide leader with Tejasvi in a bit of a, secondary role?
Yes, see, though this entire yatra was actually a Congress show, but if you talk about the Bihar politics...
That's the picture, Rahul Gandhi on that Jeep. Yes, Prabhakar, go on.
Tejasvi Yadav, who is the man in the driving... So if you talk about the man in the driving seat in the context of the Bihar elections or Bihar politics, it's basically the Tejasvi Yadav, who happens to be in the role of a big brother here. Remember, this entire alliance which is cobbled here in Bihar, the India alliance, the big brother role goes to RJD, and Tejasvi Yadav being the leader of the RJD, he's the man in the driving seat. So this entire show was a Congress show, but still, if you see the supporters who were there actually welcoming the entire yatra, you could see more RJD flags than Congress flags. So RJD would always be a show stealer as far as Bihar is concerned, because they have a solid support base of Muslims and Yadav. So that's quite a substantial chunk. That's around 35% of the votes that we are talking. So Tejasvi Yadav, or RJD for that matter, is in the role of a big brother. He's the man in the driving seat, and the Congress actually plays second fiddle in the Bihar politics. And when it will come to the seat distribution, you'll see that it's basically the RJD which will be actually deciding as to how many seats the Congress should contest. Congress would want the maximum number of seats for themselves, but RJD would decide on the basis of merit. So the ball is always in the court of RJD as far as Bihar is concerned, and the India alliance in Bihar is concerned.
RJD is in the driver's seat when it comes to seat allocation, but at least the Congress, Vasudha, will try to get a lion's share, or at least get a huge chunk, because their performance was the worst. Last assembly election, the strike rate of the Congress was the worst among the opposition alliance. Ironically, it was the CPI-ML which had the best strike rate of, I think, the seats that they contested. They won almost 60% of those seats. The Congress this time around doesn't want that Tejasvi Yadav should hold that against them and say, listen, we gave you ample opportunity. You won only, 7 seats, right? 7 seats they won last time around. They will say, look at the Bharat Jodo Yatra, look at the Vote Adhikar Yatra, the momentum, the people are with us. This is also about bargaining power.
That's right, Padmaja. In fact, there is the Vikashsheel Insan Party, and that really, we'll have to wait and see where those seats come from, because my sources tell me that the Congress Party does not want to let go of its 70 seats, and it has to come from the kitty of the RJD. The RJD, I really liked what Tejasvi Yadav said on the 17th of August after driving that Jeep. He said he was a Sarthi, anecdotes or instances, examples from Mahabharata have become very, like the Prime Minister is talking about Sudarshan Chakra. Tejasvi Yadav said that, I am the Sarthi, I am the Krishna of Mahabharata. So he said that. And on the last day in Ara, he basically said that I am the Chief Minister. So clearly the first word and the last word was to Tejasvi Yadav. And I also noticed that Rahul Gandhi, in some ways limited himself to the criticism of the Prime Minister. He allowed Tejasvi Yadav to take on Nitish Kumar. So making those roles very clear that I am the national opponent and you're the state opponent. For me, I think that this is largely an attempt by the Congress Party to also revive itself and prepare for 2029 and also the subsequent 2030 elections.
As you observe what has been happening, do you think that for Tejasvi Yadav, Prabhakar, this is also a do or die election? Last time he managed to make his party the single largest party, and yet the Chief Minister's chair eluded him. Now, Laluji, extremely old and frail, he is out on bail, there are worries about his health. For Tejasvi Yadav, this is his chance. He either needs to become Chief Minister, or perhaps there could be challengers from within. Already you have a challenger in Tej Pratap Yadav, his own brother, who is making discordant noises. What do you make of the challenges before Tejasvi Yadav? All right, let's get a bird's eye view in the meantime as Prabhakar answers of that entire rally site. You see plenty of flags there. Of course, you will see them of Congress, of the RJD, but also Vikashsheel Insan Party, the Mukesh Sahni party there. Yes, Prabhakar, the challenges for Tejasvi Yadav.
See, as far as the challenges for Tejasvi Yadav within India Alliance in Bihar is concerned, I don't see much challenge here, because as far as the Chief Minister's face is concerned, Tejasvi Yadav is an undeclared Chief Minister face, and though the Congress has officially not declared it, and when the question was posed to Rahul Gandhi, he refused to comment on it. But as we saw in Bhojpur the day before yesterday, from the public dais, Tejasvi Yadav declared himself the Chief Minister if India Alliance is voted to power in Bihar, and that too in front of Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi kept mum about it. So as they have the numbers, they are the in the big brother role. So they would certainly be Tejasvi Yadav certainly will be the Chief Minister face. The reason why Congress is not declaring him at this moment, because that would actually kind of compromise their bargaining power in terms of number of seats which Congress wants for themselves. So they would first want to bargain the maximum number of seats for themselves, for the Congress Party in Bihar, and only then they would actually agree upon declaring him the Chief Minister face of India Alliance before the party or before this alliance goes to poll. So it's merely because they don't want to dent their prospects of the bargaining which they would have with the RJD. So they are not actually officially declaring him the CM face of Bihar.
Okay, let's also play out for you what it is that Mallikarjun Kharge said. The Congress president again and again has been the most acerbic when it comes to launching attacks on the Prime Minister. And today he said that stealing is a habit with Mr. Modi.
जो वोट चोरी का मामला है, मोदी हमेशा चोरी करने की आदत रखते हैं। वोट चोरी वो करते हैं, पैसा चोरी करते हैं, और जो जितने भी बैंक से चोरी करके लूट के बाहर जाते हैं, उनको भी वो लोग संभालते हैं। मोदी जी ये वोट चोरी कराकर बिहार में जीतने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
Let me also cut across to Ankit Tyagi joining us live from Patna now. And just like we were discussing earlier, Ankit, it is not just about vote chori anymore. The Congress, the RJD talking about how today it is vote ki chori, tomorrow it will be Arakshan ki chori, day after it will be a rights ki chori.
You know, this whole theme of this yatra in the last 17 days that it has gone across 25 districts and about 174 constituencies of Bihar. It culminates here. It was an impromptu rally that took place because they wanted to go a couple of kilometers further to the Ambedkar statue, but the MGB was not given the permission here. And this is the Dak Bangla Chauraha where the rally has culminated, the road show has culminated, and with that, the first official attempt as far as the election campaign is concerned of the Mahagathbandhan. You will see a lot of these people, those who are the supporters, those who have come through. One thing that I found, Padmaja, and when I have been speaking to people, Rahul Gandhi and everybody else, the senior netas, though it has been a big show of strength, the idea was to bring the parliamentary, the unity of the opposition down onto the streets in Bihar, and that is what they have done with all those leaders in between also coming in. Today it was Hemant Soren, the Jharkhand Chief Minister, along with representative of various other India Bloc alliance partners. What you were saying, vote chori is the beginning. This is actually an extension of what happened in 2024. Arakshan chori kar lenge, aapka arakshan khatre mein hai, samvidhan badal denge. And from that it has now come to vote chori. Especially the focus has been the EBC, the marginalized, the minorities, and they are saying that if they take away your right to vote, then next is your right to ration. Next also then would be your right, the whole campaign that the BJP has started with.
Ankit, really sorry to interrupt you. I'll quickly come back to you. I believe Prabhakar is in the same frame as Rahul Gandhi right now. Yes, what's happening, Prabhakar?
Yeah, by the way, you can see Rahul Gandhi on board this particular vehicle which is passing.
At Admiral, caring about what matters most to people has always been at the heart of what we do. Admiral, always looking out for you.
This baby bear is terrified. Torn from her mother's paws at a tender age. They will force her to live alone in a tiny, filthy cage, like so many bears driven mad by loneliness, rubbing their wounds raw against the bars, suffering cruelly day after day, year after year, just for people's entertainment. Four Paws found little Potap crammed into a tiny, squalid cage. He'd been there for almost 9 years, lonely and isolated. There are so many more young bears who need your help. Please call 0800 038 0496 or text BEAR5 to 70800 to give £3 a month via your mobile phone. Every month, your £3 could help us free more bears. Help give bears the veterinary care they need and help them live happy, healthy lives in the freedom of our natural sanctuaries. Please call 0800 038 0496 or text BEAR5 to 70800 to give £3 a month via your mobile phone and help Four Paws free bears from agonising torture. Please, don't leave these bears to suffer for a single day more.
I like making sure I've got all the right tools for the job. And now that I'm 50, that means looking after the life I've built, protecting my life if anything happened to me. That's why I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. They're the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period, unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years for full cover. With Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one. And you're covered for the whole of your life. Plus, unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Learning more couldn't be simpler. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call.
Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period and no annoying trips to the doctors either. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Cover Today has given me genuine peace of mind. And now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To find out more about Cover Today, call our friendly UK team on 0808 143 4733 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
Sorry, the frame that I am coming to you here is inside a building because we are trying to make our way down from the vantage point that we tried to be up on. But, two interesting things that you were speaking about on the Ghuspatia front. In fact, the Congress and the RJD has been saying the Election Commission has diffused the BJP's whole attempt of this Ghuspatia narrative because look at the whole SIR thing. How many Bangladeshis have the Election Commission actually have identified as far as this vote yatra is concerned? So that's point number one. And number two, you were also talking about, the core Muslim vote bank of the BJP, of the Congress party, and the allegations by Amit Malviya and others that they are going through the strongholds as far as the Simanchal area is concerned. I'll tell you one very interesting thing. Kishanganj is one constituency which the Congress party won. It is 74% Muslim population there. 5 of those constituencies like Kishanganj were given a miss in this yatra. The Congress party, through this vote yatra, hold on for a second. Through this entire yatra has gone through about 174 constituencies. 74 of those constituencies were won by the Mahagathbandhan. And out of those 74 constituencies, 14 were won by the Congress party. 5 other, which are largely Muslim-dominated constituencies, were given a miss by the opposition and Rahul Gandhi so that they can stay away from the tag that they are only going to the Muslim strongholds trying to consolidate or appeasement politics that the BJP comes through. So there has been all those consideration as far as this yatra has been taken. 100 seats that this yatra has gone through were the seats where the Mahagathbandhan lost the election. So they're also trying to enthuse the cadre so that they can come out and at least they can make an election out of it come November, Padmaja.
In fact, this entire issue has been played out on various levels. One, of course, is politically, and I just want to say, by the way, a nod to Ankit. Can we please keep him on screen? Because very often people do not appreciate the trouble that one goes to. This is a reporter's life. You know, he was on the roof trying to get you a bird's eye view, and now here he is on the stairs. So anyone who thinks that it's a glamorous life in front of the camera, this is what happens when you're out reporting politics. But now let's focus on what happened in the Supreme Court. Ankit, we'll let you go. Yes, till you get to the next spot. Today in the Supreme Court, the Election Commission said that the deadline, which was to end today, and we've got Nupur Dogra joining us live from outside the Apex Court, the deadline was to end today for the claims and objections. That deadline has been extended. Now, there's a little bit of confusion, Nupur, that emerged about how was this decided? Did the EC itself volunteer to extend the deadline and then the Supreme Court put its seal on it? Or was the EC asked to extend the deadline given that that was the plea that the opposition made in court? Nupur, if you could clear the air.
Yes, Padmaja, first of all, the petitioners, including the political parties, especially the RJD, had sought an extension of 2 weeks to this deadline, saying that many will be left out as after the Supreme Court allowed acceptance of Aadhaar, the claims have doubled. The objections of deleted voters have doubled. But today, and the Supreme Court was also of the view that if there is a large number of claims, then the deadline must be extended. But the Election Commission of India today clarified in the top court that this is an ongoing process, and even when the next list, that is after the ending of this month, September 30, after the final list is made, the SIR's final list is made, even after that, these objections that will be filed from today onwards, that is after September 1, whatever objections will be filed, they will be considered. The Election Commission will keep hearing objections from deleted voters till the time candidates for the political parties file their nominations. So you understand, according to Election Commission of India, this is an ongoing process, and exclusion from this, their submission in the top court was that exclusion from this SIR does not mean a final exclusion, and they will continue to accept objections. So taking note of the same, the Supreme Court said it took the submissions by Election Commission of India on record that it will continue to accept objections beyond the deadline of September 1. The Supreme Court has today passed this order. Second very important thing that happened in the Supreme Court today is that Supreme Court has now appointed its own officers because it called the mistrust between political parties and Election Commission of India unfortunate, and now it has appointed paralegal officers to help the deleted voters to file objection. And in next hearing on September 8th, the Supreme Court will be seeking a sealed cover report from these paralegal officers as to what is the actual situation on the ground, whether it is the political parties that are correct or it is the Election Commission of India's claim.
You know, the other thing also was, is it true, because I was reading somewhere that the Supreme Court made an oral observation saying that this trust deficit is unfortunate, and this has been, you know, pretty much a recurrent. I think at every hearing the Supreme Court says, what is the problem? We are here to oversee it. The EC is doing its job. You can't constantly keep saying, these guys are thieves, we don't trust them. Was that trust deficit issue observed upon today as well, Nupur?
Yes, in fact, this is the same thing, the trust deficit that the Supreme Court cited while ordering paralegal officers. It in fact called out that what is going on. In fact, the petitioners today again brought up the issue of Aadhaar. They claim that Aadhaar was not being accepted, but the Supreme Court clarified its stance that it has already said that Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship, but it should be considered as a proof of identity by the Election Commission of India, along with all the 11 other documents it is accepting. And beyond that, the Supreme Court said that why does everyone wants to hear the same thing from it again and again? Commenting on these trust deficit between political parties and Election Commission of India and their conflicting submissions in the top court. The top court today, in fact, expressed this dismay that why is there so much mistrust between the party and the Election Commission, and that's why it has went on to appoint its own officers, paralegal officers, who will now be overseeing the process of objections being filed by deleted voters. So this is a big intervention by the top court today.
And in fact, there was Vasudha, advocate Shoaib Alam, who was appearing for the RJD, and eventually the Supreme Court told him, you please go activate your own political party, which again the Supreme Court has said. So on multiple levels, Supreme Court is saying, look, there may be issues, but we are here to oversee the whole process. You have caught on to 2 or 3 issues saying, get Aadhaar, get Aadhaar, get Aadhaar. Then you keep saying, no, people are being excluded, people are being excluded. And the court says you cannot keep questioning an institution. There seems to be an inherent trust deficit, number one. And number two, what are your people doing? You activate your political party on the ground.
And why are they not able to collate those claims? But Nupur, you know, one thing that I wanted to also understand, this order with regard to Aadhaar being used came on the 22nd of August. Was that too late, you know, because that seems to be one of the main arguments of those petitioners?
But see, Supreme Court has not only on 22nd August, but also on 14 August reiterated the same in its order. And since the first day, when the petitioners first day they came to the Supreme Court, if you remember, it has said that Election Commission must consider accepting Aadhaar. But it was too late that the Election Commission did not, because there was not a proper order from the top court. But on August 22, the top court had to clarify that you have to accept Aadhaar. Today also the Supreme Court said that how many times will it have to reiterate the same thing again and again. In fact, very important observation came from the top court today. When the petitioners raised this issue of 7.4 crore people who are already on the list, but some of them are receiving notices, and now they will have to go and answer some of the questions. The petitioner said that their Aadhaar should also be allowed. As you must remember that the August 14 and August 22 order said accept Aadhaar for the deleted 65 lakh voters. Now the petitioners asked that it should be extended to beyond all the 7.4 crore people that are on the list, who are receiving basically notices, and if they have to justify their claim, they should be given this option of Aadhaar. Then also the Supreme Court said that, of course, why do you want us to make an order again and again? If the Election Commission of India is not accepting Aadhaar from anyone who is raising an objection or a claim, we are here to oversee. We will see you on September 8th, and we will make sure that we oversee the entire exercise. This has been the Supreme Court's stance, that it is only concerned about the voters on the ground and not about the politics or any other claims being made.
All right, thanks very much, Nupur. In fact, we'll also play out for you in just a second what Rahul Gandhi said today. So it was a multi-barrel attack from a united opposition. You had, of course, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, you had Tejasvi Yadav, you had Dipankar Bhattacharya, a whole host of netas who've actually flown in specially for today, representing the TMC, the VIP already there in Bihar. So all of them, Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister of JMM, present over there. He, of course, is also being used as a symbol of how every agency, institution is used in order to destabilize the governments of non-BJP parties. But today, the Congress will be hoping that if Rahul Gandhi has coined this vote chor gaddi chhod, it will continue much beyond Bihar as well. Vasudha.
Absolutely, Padmaja, and I think Bengal is the next battleground, and Mamata Banerjee has already said that, as long as she is alive, there will be no Bengali who loses weight. But vote, and what I understand from my sources in West Bengal is that infiltration is a big issue. And after the Murshidabad riots and whatever has happened in Bangladesh, this is an issue that is going to resonate. But it all depends on how much the BJP is going to electorally focus on this and how much work the Election Commission gets to do, despite the kind of opposition that comes from West Bengal. Remember that more than Bihar, which is ruled by an NDA ally, we did see a lot of protest in West Bengal when it came to NRC and CAA. So that is going to be a difficult state. The elections are going to be held in April, May next year. Last time the results came out on 2nd of May. So clearly that is going to be a battleground state, and also a litmus test for how the SIR process
And speaking about West Bengal, history has a strange way of resurfacing in uncomfortable ways. And Mamata Banerjee's that speech in Parliament when you had the left in government in West Bengal, where she said that I know ki kaise logo ko bula ke people are being brought from outside, their voter cards are being made and they are being turned into voters in West Bengal. And I think it's very important for everyone to have Indian ID cards. That time, Mamata Banerjee was a member of parliament of the Congress, right? She was MP from the Congress, a young Congress leader at that time. And she spoke of how Ghuspaitiya is present in West Bengal. She, in a way, asked for SIR, identification of outsiders to be done. And here we are. But this SIR is coming at a time, Vasudha, you spoke of West Bengal, and in all likelihood, that's going to be the next state to see such an intensive revision. But coincidentally, some of the states where this entire issue has the maximum resonance. It's not just West Bengal alone next year. It's also Assam. And Assam, we know, has a hugely contested history when it comes to the whole insider-outsider question. In fact, the first time that someone from the BJP or someone within the, the union ministry from the BJP spoke of this as the Ghuspaitiya Bachao Yatra was Amit Shah when he was in Assam last week. And he said, ki dekho, Assam ko pata hai that what happens when outsiders come and take away your jobs. Some people are taking out yatras and they just want to save the outsiders who are masquerading as voters over here. Vasudha.
That's right. And Assam, we also saw the debate play along the NRC issue, Padmaja. So clearly that is something that they're very careful of, and Himanta Biswa Sharma is also looking at coming back again. And it's a very simple election there because, it's going to be Congress versus BJP, and, with other players like Ajmal, playing their own role.
He's almost a non-entity now. I mean, the poor guy lost his own seat, a seat that he had nurtured. In fact, small trivia, Dhubri was the biggest win for the Congress. In fact, it was the largest margin win in the entire country. And who lost it? Badruddin Ajmal, who was believed to be the messiah of the Muslims in Assam. He lost his seat to Rakibul Hassan of the Congress by a margin, not even a total vote, a margin of 10 lakh votes in Assam. Who would have thought? But that's the kind of response, at least the Congress would be hoping they get in Bihar, especially in Simanchal as well. I'm wondering if our colleagues on the ground, Ankit and Prabhakar, are through here with us. We've got, of course, fresh images also that we'll cut across to from Patna. Coming in now, we've got these live images of Rahul Gandhi. What's going to happen? Can I cut across to Ankit? Is he through? All right, we've got Rahul Gandhi. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has said that vote chori slogans are playing out in US. They're saying vote chor in China. I think we need to listen to what exactly does he mean by that. Let's listen in.
एक नया नारा चला है बिहार में, वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़। चाइना में भी लोग बोल रहे हैं वोट चोर गद्दी चोर, अमेरिका में भी बोल रहे हैं.
Okay, let's play that out. Because remember, today is a day when everyone, critics, supporters alike, are agreeing, Vasudha, that what India has managed to do at the SCO in China, even their supporters were not expecting. To have Pahalgam mentioned and condemned in the joint statement is quite a bit of a coup. And then Rahul Gandhi says, China mein naare chal rahe hain, vote chor gaddi chor.
Absolutely, quite interesting here because the Congress party, Padmaja, was being very cautious about how it really looks at this issue and reacts to it, because this is also being seen as very important for our own safety, security and geopolitics. But Rahul Gandhi saying that this is an issue that is resonating in China and the United States of America, specifically on a day when Peter Navarro has brought in, Brahmins and several other aspects which are very similar to what Rahul Gandhi says. So there are those allegations as well that he's speaking a language that's often heard in domestic politics of India. Now Rahul Gandhi saying this is interesting. Clearly he wants to also broad base and amplify this issue.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let's quickly listen in to Rahul Gandhi again.
एक नया नारा चला है बिहार में, वोट चोर गद्दी चोर. चाइना में भी लोग बोल रहे हैं वोट चोर गद्दी चोर, अमेरिका में भी बोल रहे हैं.
Okay, and this is not the only thing he has said. He has apparently also said that after the atom bomb of proof that we showed in Mahadevpura, I am going to get a hydrogen bomb. So Mahadevpura, of course, there were plenty of holes that one found in that particular atom bomb. Now a hydrogen bomb is coming. Vasudha, any inkling from your sources where this hydrogen bomb is coming from?
Padmaja, the last few days, the Congress party has been talking about the investigation that the Congress party does, right? Even yesterday, Pawan Khera spoke about 85 lakh discrepancies that have been found in SIR. So this probably could be another in-house investigation that they could have done. Mahadevpura was seen as one of their, very important investigations because they came out of that list of 5 different kind of duplicate dead voters and repeated voters, but that also had a lot of loopholes. But of course reporters also found out. But then clerical discrepancies, do they always denote a conspiracy?
Exactly.
Is the big question.
And that really is the million-dollar question. There are clerical discrepancies. There are problems in the voter roll. Maybe there are duplicate numbers. But isn't that exactly why SIR is taking place? To weed it all out. But to extrapolate this and say that vote chori is happening. Yes, a person may be registered at 4 different booths. But did he or she go and vote at all those 4 different booths? That is the million-dollar question. One is a mistake. The second is fudging, and the Congress so far hasn't been able to travel that distance and give proof for actual fudging taking place. And then to make matters really, really uncomfortable, leave aside, anyone else speaking up. You had K.N. Rajanna, who was a minister in the Karnataka government, member of the Congress, who spoke up and said, listen, these rolls were made when we were in government. Now you know that the government officials, they are all, the people who are verifying it are all government officials. So if you're in government, why did your government officials not check what was going in those rolls? We've got Ankit Tyagi now joining us from Patna. Ankit, very interesting. Since you're in the thick of all the action, you are with the entire opposition over there, all the opposition leaders milling about you. What is really curious now is that Rahul Gandhi has promised that a hydrogen bomb of proof is coming after the atom bomb. What is this hydrogen bomb?
It's very interesting that earlier when Rahul Gandhi was speaking about this, a lot of people started shouting, Rahul, the next investigation should be in Varanasi, Banaras, where the Prime Minister's constituency. Like you and Vasudha were discussing, whether it's going to happen or not, we will have to wait and see. I think the Congress party also understands that it is all about optics. They have thrown this up in the air. And whether people of Bihar lap it up or not, that is the test case that we will have to wait and see, because this is possibly the first time that beyond the governance issue and the corruption and so on and so forth, the whole electoral process is also being made an election issue. But like you were pointing out, Padmaja, and rightly so, that there can be clerical errors. But the problem also is, and that which has been pointed out by some very respected former CECs as well, that the way the Election Commission has responded, if there are clerical errors that Rahul Gandhi or his party has come out with, rather than investigating them or saying that we are looking into it, the whole, trying to throw the onus on people, those who are complaining or making a noise, that possibly is also giving some sort of an oxygen as far as Rahul Gandhi and his entire campaign is concerned. I think it's part of a larger narrative that started in 2024 with Samvidhan Khatre mein hai. Now your voter adhikar khatre mein hai, and then it will go across to ration card and so forth. The Congress party feels that with Samvidhan Khatre mein hai and reservation, they tasted limited success, if you can call that, about 99 seats from being less than 50 in 2 consecutive elections. The Congress party feels that this is where they can actually take the battle to the Bharatiya Janata Party, and then everything else becomes surrounding noise. In fact, I was speaking to a few leaders of the RJD, and they said that initially they were a little apprehensive of the yatra and the timing of it because Tejasvi Yadav was getting a lot of traction with only focusing on Nitish Kumar, his health, and also the various corruption issues, the law and order situation. From that, completely taking it over to the voter yatra, they were apprehensive whether this takes the focus away in this election. But what they agreed upon is the fact that it galvanizes the cadre, and in Bihar, which is seen as people lap up political issues very, very quickly, if this sticks, then this gives them another issue to go to the voters with. At least their cadre, especially of the Congress party, which did not have anything else to say, apart from dissing Narendra Modi, they have something to take
but
to the vote.
Ankit, very interesting thing, if you're saying that the next set of investigations and revelations are going to come from Varanasi, that's going to be quite something. Could be. And just by the way, as a little bit of trivia and fun fact, Ajay Rai, on the day when this entire vote adhikar, revelation happened, Ajay Rai the very next day went around the entire constituency, had his supporters garland him and say कि वाराणसी का असली विजेता मैं ही हूँ. I have won the Varanasi election because Modi ji तो वोट चोरी करके जीते हैं. So Ajay Rai, anyway, irrespective of whether that investigation or that proof will come or not, has already declared himself the winner of the Varanasi Lok Sabha seat. But let's also quickly tell you, Ankit, before I come back to you and Vasudha, what is the route? You see these pictures of the vote adhikar yatra culmination today. Full show of strength, but the route also has significance. What is this yatra on its final day going to look like? It starts at Gandhi Maidan, it ends on Ambedkar's statue, and that in itself, Ankit, is full of symbolism, Vasudha, because this is from Gandhi to Ambedkar. So 2 figures that the Congress wants to appropriate, and that in itself, Vasudha, sending out a message from Gandhi to Ambedkar.
Padmaja, also Ambedkar is something that is that's become very important to the Rahul Gandhi brand of politics, because he has been shifting towards the Ambedkarite style of narratives, and also in terms of social justice, in terms of asking for that ceiling of reservation to be lifted, and also asking for this hissedari and bhagidari. His politics is very similar to what Ambedkarite Buddhists have been talking about, and that clearly also reflects in this yatra. And remember, the earlier yatra that he did also had Jyotiba Phule. So his focus has been on icons from the Dalit community, from the SC community, and that is something that he is looking at, not just to send out a message of his political symbolism, but also to ensure that the Bahujan of the country votes for the Congress party, in some ways looking at a revival of the old Congress party, which was known as the bastion for the SC/ST voters.
All right, we are going to continue to keep an eye on that final leg of Rahul Gandhi's vote adhikar yatra, and of course this is just the beginning, because election dates for Bihar haven't even been announced. So clearly the entire opposition will be hoping that this is a momentum that they can carry forward from here and only build on it. Taking a very quick break. Thanks very much for joining us here, the entire team, on this special broadcast. Quick break, more on the other side.
No, what's happened?
It's the car. Total nightmare. Completely packed up.
What are you going to do?
It's okay. I've got Drafty.
Drafty works like a pot of cash up to £3,000, and borrowing £100 for a month costs just over a £5. Just go online, apply now, and the money will be sent to your bank in under 90 seconds.
It's easy. Just visit drafty.co.uk.
Let me tell you more about Drafty, a different way to borrow. If life throws you unexpected bills, if your washing machine just threw in the towel, literally, or if your car has lost its drive, visit drafty.co.uk and apply today.
There are no application fees, no subscription fees and no late fees. Simple. If you're a UK resident with a bank account, over 18 and earn over £1,250 per month, then you can apply online and Drafty will give you an almost instant decision.
Can you tell us about your experience, Anton?
Yeah, I first used Drafty when my car broke down and I didn't know what to do. Then I found Drafty. I borrowed what I needed to get myself back on the road. There were no hidden fees and how much it would cost was really clear. I also love that I have that pot of cash there if I ever need it again.
With Drafty, you can access up to £3,000 almost instantly. Try Drafty. It's a breeze to use. And borrowing £100 for a month costs just over a £5. Visit drafty.co.uk to apply online today. Drafty give you a personal credit limit so you can make withdrawals when it suits you. And they help you stay in control with repayment reminders, updates on your credit limit and ways to save money. You can access Drafty online and you'll have the money on the way to your bank in under 90 seconds.
How did you get on, Greg?
Well, what a day. The washing machine breaking was the last thing I needed. But honestly, knowing that Drafty's there for me to use when I want to, that's the freedom. The money was sent to my bank within minutes.
If you want to get on with life, try Drafty. With Drafty, you can borrow up to your personal credit limit almost instantly, and borrowing £100 for a month costs just over a £5. Visit drafty.co.uk to apply online today. Drafty have helped over 100,000 people access cash exactly when they needed a bit of flexibility. But don't take our word for it, their reviews speak for themselves. Drafty, it's a breeze to use. If approved, Drafty will give you access to a flexible pot of cash up to £3,000.
How did Drafty help you, Danny?
I just didn't realise the cost of moving house. It was stressful enough without money worries as well. I used Drafty and they were great. The money was sent to my bank within minutes, and it's reassuring to know they're there if I need them again.
At Drafty, they know life has its ups and downs. If you don't borrow, you don't pay anything. It doesn't get any easier than that.
Drafty, it's a breeze to use. Access up to £3,000 today with drafty.co.uk.
Richard.
Hello. How was Iceland? It was good, I guess. Had a few issues here and there. Didn't you check Brighton? No, the sun wasn't bright at all. Iceland, you know.
Wait, you don't know Brighton?
They must have missed out on some seamless visa assistance.
Plus extra baggage allowance and 24/7 customer support.
I mean, there's a reason they're rated excellent on Trustpilot.
Brighton Travel, making travel brighter.
If Lubasi was your son, you'd do anything to stop his suffering. He's in agony because he has an eye infection called trachoma. It's often spread by flies, like these. If Lubasi was your son, you'd take him to the doctor. But his parents can't afford to get him the care he so desperately needs. You can. When you give £2 a month to Sightsavers, you can help save more children from agony like this and spare their parents the pain of watching their children suffer. Every month, you'll help our eye doctors get to some of the world's poorest and most remote villages. It's so simple to treat trachoma, but we urgently need your support to do it. So please call 0800 038 4920, text Site10 to 82727, or go to sightsavers.tv to give £2 a month to Sightsavers right now.
When Tony passed, we wanted to celebrate him his way. All he ever spoke about was bite this, bite that. I'll never forget our first date. Huge grin on his face as he rode up on that big noisy thing, and that's exactly the way he'd want to be remembered.
At Co-op Funeral Care, we offer a choice of funerals including direct cremation. We're right by you when you need us. Search online, call us, or visit your local funeral home.
Lots. They have to write arts and crafts, colouring,
Diamonds are their favourite food is chocolate cake. They should have lots of pets. Goldfish. And then there's tigers, cats and ducks. They should be able to do a Rubik's Cube as fast as me, which is in 1.27 seconds. There can be a magician, so they can magically make me better. They would have to be caring. Strong. Give me the medicine and let me go home. Thank you.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Big win for India at the Shanghai Cooperation Organisation Summit in China. Member states strongly condemned the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed innocent lives in the presence of Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is the comments that was made by the members of the SCO. Discuss ways to deepen ties with Putin is what Prime Minister Modi has gone on to say. He spoke on peaceful resolution of the Ukraine conflict. Now saying that he had that excellent meeting with Putin on the sidelines. This is the bilateral. They discussed ways to deepen ties between the two countries, and that was something that was discussed. Do remember that they both were in a car together for 45 minutes. Their conversation lasted. And Prime Minister Modi departs from China after that successful visit. This was between Xi Jinping, Putin and Prime Minister Modi, the bonhomie that was completely on display amid the tariff threat. Now, this is after that summit. It is Prime Minister Modi now on his way back to India. Voter Adhikari Yatra culminates the opposition show of strength in Patna. This is Rahul Gandhi saying vote chor slogans in China as well as the United States. That's the claim that Rahul Gandhi is making at the last day of that rally. Our SIR, well, the Election Commission has extended that deadline in order to file objections or claims. The Supreme Court has said that the body poll will accept objections even beyond the 1st of September. Do remember RJD, they're demanding that extension be till the 15th of September. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Bhadwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Congress Voter Adhikari Yatra that's culminating in Bihar, in Patna today. And a show of strength is a massive show of strength as far as the opposition is concerned in the state of Bihar, just ahead of the elections. Now, it is a Congress chief that's taking on the Prime Minister. In fact, Mallikarjun Kharge, they're saying that the Prime Minister always steals votes. And Kharge has also made claims that Modi has the habit of not just stealing votes, but the government, as far as the Modi government is concerned, that will fall in a matter of 6 months. That is the latest as far as the Bihar Yatra is concerned. And Rahul Gandhi, they're saying that, the claims as far as voter chori is concerned, those are being heard not just here, but also in the US. And that is something that is now being claimed by Rahul Gandhi. Do remember, it's been 16 days, 25 districts and 100 constituency with Rahul Gandhi's Voter Adhikari Yatra concluding in Bihar's capital, with several India bloc leaders joining in against the alleged voter chori in Bihar. We saw Yusuf Pathan of the TMC, Sanjay Raut of Shiv Sena, Supriya Sule of the NCP, as well as Hemant Soren and Akhilesh Yadav and Tejasvi Yadav there marching alongside Rahul Gandhi. The opposition claiming that the deletion of names of 65 lakh people from the draft electoral rolls published as part of the SIR exercise in an assault on their right to vote, and that the entire India bloc is standing with the allegations that are being made, and those are against, of course, as far as the voter fraud is concerned. Waving party flags, including those of RJD and the Congress, amongst others, supporters chanted slogans against the Election Commission and the government.
तकरीबन 1 करोड़ नए वोटर लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद वोटर लिस्ट में जोड़े जाते हैं, बढ़ाए जाते हैं। नए वोटर आके वोट करते हैं। हमारे गठबंधन का जो वोट था, जितना हमें लोकसभा में मिला उतना हमें विधानसभा में मिला, एक वोट कम नहीं हुआ। और सारे के सारे नए वोट बीजेपी के अलायंस के खाते में गए। लोकसभा हम जीते, विधानसभा में हमारी पार्टियां तीनों की तीनों मजबूत पार्टियां साफ हो गई। क्यों? क्योंकि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने और बीजेपी ने मिलकर वोट चोरी की।
जो वोट चोरी का मामला है, मोदी हमेशा चोरी करने की आदत रखते हैं। वोट चोरी वो करते हैं, पैसा चोरी करते हैं, और जो जितने भी बैंक से चोरी करके लूट के बाहर जाते हैं उनको भी वो लोग संभालते हैं। मोदी जी ये वोट चोरी कराकर बिहार में जीतने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हमारे साथ कांग्रेस नेता अखिलेश सिंह जी हैं, जो इस वोट अधिकार यात्रा के अंतिम दिन में जो पदयात्रा का कार्यक्रम था कांग्रेस का, उसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, पूर्व प्रदेश अध्यक्ष भी हैं। ये बताइए कि ये जो कांग्रेस की जो स्थिति थी बिहार में, उसको सुधारने की ये कवायद है, और क्या लोगों को ये समझ में आ गया है कि उनके वोटर के अधिकार से उनको वंचित किया?
वोटिंग राइट सुनिश्चित करने के लिए ये यात्रा हुई है। हम लोग जब पहली बार मिले थे, 11 दलों के का प्रतिनिधिमंडल जब गया था इलेक्शन कमीशन को मिलने, जब कोई उन लोग का एक्टिविटी शुरू भी नहीं हुआ था, पहले से प्री सेट आइडिया से ग्रसित थे वोटर ये लोग इलेक्शन कमिश्नर्स, और उन्होंने कहा था कि 20% लोगों के वोट कटेंगे, और ठीक वही हुआ। 65 लाख लोगों के वोट काट दिए गए, और उसमें जितनी डिस्क्रिपेंसीज थी उसको सुधारा नहीं जा रहा है। आपने देखा होगा कल के पहले तक कांग्रेस पार्टी पर लगातार सूत्रों के हवाले खबर दी जा रही थी कि हम लोगों ने कोई
आप वोटरों को समझाने में ये सफल हुए हैं कि उनके अधिकार से उनको वंचित?
पूरा जो 17 तारीख से यात्रा हुआ है उसमें सारा नौजवान, छात्र, किसान, मजदूर, महिलाएं सब लोग सड़क पर थी, और उसी का नतीजा है कि आज वॉलंटरली लोग इतना लोग सड़क पर है।
विपक्ष आप पर आरोप ये लगा रहा है कि आप ये इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि आपको ज़्यादा सीट आप बार्गेन कर पाएं आरजेडी से।
अब उनको तो कुछ न कुछ कहना है। इलेक्शन कमीशन को कल हम लोगों ने दे दिया ब्यौरा कि 89 लाख शिकायतें हम लोगों ने दर्ज कराई हैं। आप उस पर कुछ कहिए, तो उस पर तो इलेक्शन कमीशन कुछ नहीं कर रही है।
बिल्कुल, उस पर मुझे भी पूछना था आपसे सवाल कि आपने अंतिम दिन में क्यों ये कराया है? अगर आपको कराना था तो आपने अंतिम एक दिन पहले उसको
क्योंकि ये साजिश हो रही थी, और ये साजिश हम लोग समझ रहे थे, इसलिए कल हम लोगों ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके अपनी शिकायतों के बारे में प्रेस को बता दिया और पूरे बिहार को बता दिया। जब ये लोग BLO से शिकायत नहीं ले रहे थे तो हम लोगों ने अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट को हर जगह कहा कि शिकायत जाके दर्ज करो और हम लोगों के पास नंबर दो।
बट आप पर यह आरोप है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन बोल रहा है कि आपने उस फॉर्मेट में नहीं दिया जिस फॉर्मेट में देना।
आरोप इलेक्शन कमीशन पर है, आरोप आप हम लोगों पे लगा रहे हैं।
जो इलेक्शन कमीशन बोल रहा है वो बता रहा हूँ मैं। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कहा है, उसका आधिकारिक बयान है इस पे, वो कह रहा है कि आपने उसके जो प्रिस्क्राइब्ड फॉर्मेट है उसमें आपने नहीं डाला है।
नहीं, उस पर भी दिया है। ये झूठ बोल रहे हैं लोग, सरासर झूठ बोल रहे हैं। इसलिए तो मैं आपको कहा कि हम लोग जब पहला मीटिंग करने गए थे, प्रतिनिधिमंडल मिलने गया था इंडिया गठबंधन की सभी पार्टियों के लोग, उस दिन जब तक कोई प्रक्रिया शुरू भी नहीं हुई, इन लोगों ने पहले कह दिया कि 20% वोट काटेंगे। और आपने देखा होगा कि राहुल गांधी जी के घर पे कुछ इलेक्शन कमीशन के अनुसार मृत व्यक्ति भी चाय जाके पिए हैं, और इस तरह के लोगों की संख्या लाखों में है। तो ये अकेली 2 पार्टी है, उनके मित्र दल भी शिकायत कर रहे हैं। चंद्रबाबू का आपने सुना होगा, केवल जनता दल यू और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इलेक्शन कमीशन में राग मिला के बोल रहा है। तो ये तो जो दाल में काला है बिहार के लोग अच्छी तरह समझ चुके हैं, और बिहार के लोग जागरूक हैं, राजनीतिक रूप से सशक्त हैं। यहाँ ये चलने वाला नहीं है।
ये डबल इंजन की सरकार, एक इंजन अपराध में है लगा हुआ और दूसरा इंजन भ्रष्टाचार में लगा हुआ है। बहुत लोगों का नाम काटा जा रहा है। आप लोगों को अपने वोट की रक्षा करनी है। बताइए, अपने वोट की रक्षा कीजिएगा कि नहीं कीजिएगा? और अपने जान पहचान वाले रिश्तेदार, दोस्त, यारों का भी वोट कटने नहीं देना है। और यही नहीं, बड़ी चालाकी से फर्जी वोट भी जोड़े जा रहे हैं। तो यहाँ बिहार में गड़बड़ करने वाले को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना है, मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना है। ए बेईमान भ्रष्टाचार वाली सरकार, अपराध बढ़ गया बिहार में। ऐसी सरकार को हम लोगों को आने वाले चुनाव में उखाड़ करके फेंकने का काम करना है।
Well, the BJP on the other side has slammed the India bloc, calling Rahul Gandhi's yatra. In fact, naming it, the BJP said that the India bloc is, in fact, the names that are being called as far as this yatra is concerned. Let's listen in to the BJP and the BJP reacting there.
नई आज़ादी की ओर बढ़ रहा है और नई करवट ले लिया बिहार। बिहार ने परिवर्तन की आवाज बुलंद कर दी। गरीबों के साथ जो जुल्म करोगे, युवाओं के साथ जो अत्याचार करोगे, छात्रों की जिंदगी के साथ खिलवाड़ करोगे और किसानों को आत्महत्या करने पर मजबूर करोगे, तो जब तक राहुल गांधी हैं तब तक संविधान सुरक्षित है।
आज राहुल गांधी जी पटना में यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं वोट चोरी के खिलाफ और हम सब पूरे कांग्रेस जनता के साथ खड़े हैं। जनता चाहती है उनके अधिकारों को छीना ना जाए और ये जो प्रहार हो रहा है हमारी लोकतांत्रिक प्रणाली के ऊपर वोट चोरी के माध्यम से, उसके विरोध में पूरा इंडिया अलायंस, पूरे देश की जनता और पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी राहुल जी के नेतृत्व में सामने खड़ी है। इसको बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
मत की क्या उसकी अहमियत है, मत बदलाव का कैसे वाहक होता है, ये तमाम प्रश्न न सिर्फ उन जिलों में या उन विधानसभाओं से जहां से ये गुजरी, बल्कि उसके बाएं 100-200 किलोमीटर और दाएं 100-200 किलोमीटर तक ये गूंज गई और वहीं तक महदूद नहीं रही, ये बिहार के बाहर भी। तो मैं समझता हूँ इसका सबसे बड़ा हासिल है कि कम से कम मुझे स्मरण नहीं है कि आज़ादी के बाद चुनाव आयोग की विश्वसनीयता, नियत और उनकी नीतियों पर इतना बड़ा सवाल कभी हुआ हो।
देखिए, जनता का यह अधिकार है वोट देने का। हर व्यक्ति एक वोट के लिए एलिजिबल है और ये आज़ादी के बाद से, जब से देश में चुनाव हो रहे हैं, तब से लोगों को यह अधिकार मिला हुआ है। लेकिन भाजपा चुनाव आयोग के साथ मिलकर के किस तरीके से हर वक्त हर जगह सत्ता में रहे, इसके लिए क्या क्या कर रही है देश में, ये सबके सामने है। हमारे नेता आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी ने पूरे फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स के साथ महाराष्ट्र में क्या हुआ, कैसे वोट बढ़ा के ये लोग सत्ता में आने का काम किए, और उसके बिल्कुल विपरीत जब इनकी चोरी पकड़ी गई है तो उसके बिल्कुल विपरीत बिहार में वोट बंदी करके सत्ता में काबिज होना चाहते हैं। ये हम कतई होने नहीं देंगे। इस देश के युवाओं का जो अधिकार है नौकरियों पे हो, उनके प्रगति पर हो, वह सुनिश्चित हो सकता है उनके एक वोट से।
क्योंकि मैं उन लोगों में से हूं जिनकी दृढ़ मान्यता है इस देश में एक भी घुसपैठिया कहीं पर नहीं रहना चाहिए। आज भी इलेक्शन कमीशन मतदाता सूची का शुद्धिकरण कर रहा है, एसआईआर कर रहा है। कुछ पार्टियां इसके विरुद्ध घुसपैठिया बचाओ यात्रा लेकर निकली। मैं असम के युवाओं को आज पूछना चाहता हूं, किसी भी देश की मतदाता सूची देश के लोकतंत्र का हृदय होती है। मतदाता सूची में विदेशी नागरिकों को स्थान मिलना चाहिए। इतने सारे प्रबुद्ध जन बैठे हैं, मुझे कहे कि मतदाता सूची में विदेशी नागरिकों को स्थान मिलना चाहिए क्या?
और आजकल बिहार में क्या हो रहा है? रैलियां निकल रही, यात्राएं। वो यात्रा वोट चोरी की यात्रा नहीं है, घुसपैठिया बचाओ यात्रा है। घुसपैठिया गठबंधन बना हुआ है, एसआईआर के नाम पे हल्ला हो रहा है। घुसपैठिया गठबंधन वाले कैसे घुसपैठिए बने रहे वोटर लिस्ट में? अरे दूसरे देश से आए तो भैया कहां से आए हो, कब आए हो, कैसे आए हो? हमारा देश है कि धर्मशाला?
Let's just get in Prabhakar, my colleague, joining us in order to get us more on this. Prabhakar, that 1,300-kilometer long voter Adhikari Yatra has is about to be concluded here in the capital of Bihar. Take us through the popularity of Rahul Gandhi's yatra and the impact that this would have as far as the elections are concerned. We've seen this in the past as well, whether it's Bharat Jodo Yatra of the Rahul Gandhi and his allies, and now here we are seeing take us to the show of strength. Who all are there today on the last very day?
It feels good knowing that your future's in hand. Evlo can offer you a loan from £1,000 to £15,000, whether it's for home improvements, new appliances, a car, or for some of life's big moments. So even if you've had problems with credit before, Evlo looks beyond your credit score and always takes a case-by-case approach. Visit evlo.co.uk to get your conditional decision in minutes. Evlo, your future in your hands.
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I've got a few rounds left to go. And I don't want my lot to have to worry about funeral costs. Let them spend their money on nicer things. So I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period, unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years for full cover. With Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one, and you're covered for the whole of your life. Plus, unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call.
Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period and no annoying trips to the doctors either. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I'm with Cover Today, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To find out more about Cover Today, call our friendly UK team on 0800 380 0060 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma, but so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pamelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 021 3925 and giving £2 a month to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 021 3925, text C7 to 82727, or go online and give just £2 a month now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
Right, thank you so much for getting us all the very latest. Let's just also get you big orders as far as the Supreme Court is concerned on the Election Commission survey in Bihar. Election Commission has extended that deadline as far as filing of objections and of claims on the very day of the deadline. Do remember that RJD had urged the Supreme Court to extend the deadline to the 15th of September. Today is the day when, the deadline was coming to an end, and calling the trust deficit between the Election Commission and the political parties in Bihar extremely unfortunate is what the Supreme Court went on to say, while, asking the poll body that will now continue to receive claims and objections for inclusion or exclusion of voter names in the SIR exercise of the electoral rolls in the poll-bound state, and this is going to go beyond today, the deadline of that exercise. And staying with news as far as, the state of Bihar is concerned, and from there is where Rahul Gandhi hit out at the Prime Minister for his China visit. In fact, he went on to say that the voter chori echoes are being heard in China as well. That is the big claim that is being made by Rahul Gandhi, that those slogans can be heard in China as well as the United States. This at a time when there's been a complete, there's been a big diplomatic win at the SCO with the SCO Summit, members of the SCO Summit calling out the terror attack that took place in Pahalgam. Let's listen in to what Rahul Gandhi had to say.
नया नारा चला है बिहार में, वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़। चाइना में भी लोग बोल रहे हैं वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़, अमेरिका में भी बोल रहे हैं। एक नया नारा चला है बिहार में, वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़। चाइना में भी लोग बोल रहे हैं वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़, अमेरिका में भी बोल रहे हैं।
We have breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to the Kaleshwaram project and the CBI to probe the matter. That is the decision that has been taken. In fact, it's the government there, the Chief Minister Remittance Reddy, ordering the CBI probe into the Kaleshwaram project. It is the probe that is politically motivated. That's what KTR has been claiming. But the BRS says that the BJP and the Congress are colluding, and this is the duplicity of Remittance Reddy that has been exposed, according to the BRS. The Congress and the BJP have been colluding in order to target KCR. Now, the Telangana Chief Minister has announced that the Telangana Assembly has decided to hand over the Justice PC Ghosh Commission report to the CBI for further probe. This was after a marathon debate as far as the 650-page report was tabled in the House just yesterday, and KTR has hit out at the decision, saying that the BJP and the Congress are in it together in order to target the KCR and BRS party. This is the claim that is being made. So, of course, this is, handing over as far as the CBI, as far as this, probe is concerned, is being called a good idea by some, saying that, it is Rajendra Rajendra who has gone on to say they knew that they couldn't handle it and their report was full of mistakes and they wouldn't stand it, so they've disowned it. We trust the CBI will conduct a full inquiry and expose the irregularities when it comes to the project. Uma, my colleague, joining us. Uma, take us through the breaking news coming in with the CBI now taking charge. Uma joining us in order to get us the very latest on this. Uma, of course, the BRS is saying that the BJP and the Congress are in it together. They're colluding against BRS, and the BRS making all tall claims here. But it is, the Congress government of Remittance Reddy, they're choosing to involve the CBI now in its probe.
So, Divya, the Chief Minister has ordered that the CBI will be probing the PC Ghosh Commission report. He has pointed out that the National Dam Safety Authority as well has given a scathing report pointing out to irregularities in the construction of the 3 barrages with regard to the Kaleshwaram lift irrigation scheme, and he is pointing mainly to the PC Ghosh Commission report, which spoke about specific omissions and commissions committed by the KCR government, and it had directly suggested that KCR as well as former Irrigation Minister Harish Rao were involved in these kind of irregularities, and that is the reason why in the monsoon session of the Assembly, the Chief Minister tabled the report in the Assembly and subsequently ordered the CBI probe. The BRS on its part is questioning 3 things. One, they are saying that this is a politically motivated kind of a move by the Chief Minister, and they say it is not a PC Ghosh Commission but a PCC report, because they say that it is actually done by the Congress, dictated by the Congress and carried out by the Congress in order to implicate this. And the third point that they are raising is they're asking why is Remittance Reddy ordering a CBI probe, whereas his party leader Rahul Gandhi has called CBI as an opposition elimination agency, and they also said that the CBI, they called it as a central agency, an extension of the BJP government. That's something that Rahul Gandhi has said repeatedly, and now the BRS in fact is going to town also pointing out Remittance Reddy's own statements also, in which he says just 24 hours before that the CBI is an extension of the central government. They try to use these kind of agencies, and subsequently he even made a reference to the Election Commission, and therefore in that sense the BRS here is pointing to what they call or alleges the duplicity of the Remittance Reddy government. The BJP on its part has also condemned the Chief Minister handing it over over to the CBI saying that they do not want to take any action, and that's the reason why they have given it to the CBI. That's what Mr. Subhash, spokesperson for the BJP party, has said on the CBI probe itself. But certainly being pushed in a sense to the wall, KCR's party is using its defense and saying that if you are given time to explain,
come back to you. We just need to cut across to Ravi Shankar Prasad speaking. Let's listen in.
लोकसभा क्षेत्र है तो मेरा तो कुछ दावा बनता है कि थोड़ा उनसे सवाल जवाब करूं, लेकिन पार्टी का निर्देश हुआ कि दिल्ली आकर राष्ट्रीय मंच से जवाब दिया जाए। तो फिर मैं कल रात में दिल्ली पहुंचा। पिछले 10 दिन से मैं अपने क्षेत्र में ही था, बिहार में। मित्रों, राहुल गांधी को जब भी सुनता हूं, संसद के अंदर या संसद के बाहर, तो मुझे कई प्रकार के एंटीना को खोलना पड़ता है उनकी बात को समझने के लिए। आज उन्होंने कहा मैंने एटम बम फोड़ा है, अब मैं हाइड्रोजन बम फोड़ूंगा। अभी तक तो दुनिया में हाइड्रोजन बम नहीं फटा है, तो राहुल गांधी फोड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं। अगर चुनाव के गणना को लेकर उनका कर्नाटक का एटम बम था तो फुस हो गया। वो दिवाली का एक छोटा पटाखा भी नहीं निकला। वो क्या हाइड्रोजन बम की बात कर रहे हैं। मैंने एक बार संसद में, मेरा भाषण उनके बाद हुआ था, संविधान के 75 वर्ष की यात्रा पर, और आज मैं आपको स्मरण दिला रहा हूं। उन्होंने कहा था कि 5-6 साल में व्यक्ति युवा हो जाता है। दूसरी बात कही, तपस्या करने से गर्मी होती है। मामला का संविधान का था तो थोड़ा मैंने बड़ी तैयारी की थी, लेकिन जब मेरा नंबर आया, हमने कहा माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, आज तो ज्ञान का जो प्रवाह मैं विपक्ष के नेता का देख रहा था, तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे दोबारा पढ़ाई करनी पड़ेगी। यहीं से शुरू करता हूं कि एटम बम और हाइड्रोजन बम का चुनाव से क्या संबंध है, इसके बारे में मुझे कुछ जानकारी प्राप्त करनी पड़ेगी। राहुल गांधी जी, क्या हो गया है? इतना अपने को आप हल्का क्यों बना रहे हैं? Why you are demeaning yourself as the leader of opposition? आप विपक्ष के नेता पद पर बैठे हैं। लोकसभा गरिमामय पद होता है। वहां आप अपनी प्रतिभा और क्षमता से आए हैं कि परिवार के कारण आए हैं, देश जानता है। इन कुर्सी पर बैठने के बाद तो कुछ आपका आचरण मर्यादित होगा। याद है ना, मोहब्बत की दुकान लेके चले थे अपनी यात्रा में, याद है कि भूल गए आप लोग? उस मोहब्बत की दुकान में कितना नफरत परोसा, ये भी आप जानते हैं। जरा भैया शांत रहिए, बड़ी कृपा होगी पीछे प्लीज। तो नफरत ही परोसे, अब आप एटम बम और हाइड्रोजन बम की बात बोलते हैं। यह देश को समझना चाहिए, राहुल गांधी गैर जिम्मेवार हैं। इस देश को समझना चाहिए, राहुल गांधी इज इररिस्पॉन्सिबल। और आज मैं इसका एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट बताऊंगा, क्योंकि यात्रा समाप्त हुई है, इसलिए बताना जरूरी है। वैसे मामला एक मुझे और रोचक लगा। जो गाड़ी में घूमते हैं तो राहुल गांधी आगे, तेजस्वी पीछे, अखिलेश यादव भी पीछे।
Get the new Google Pixel 10 Pro on EE because powerful AI deserves the UK's best network.
Hey Gemini, help me organize my living room.
Got it. Let's get that sofa moved. Turn it around and place it on the other side of the room, against the wall. Try mixing books with photos on the shelf to make it feel like home.
Talk to Gemini about anything you see. Powered by EE. Offer ends 15th of September.
Welcome to rooms where real life unfolds, where awkward spaces become favourite places, and space to work works for you. Welcome to more space to be yourself, with your room designed your way, where there's always room for one more chapter. Welcome to proudly on display or safely out of the way. Welcome to that feeling of home.
Welcome to Sharps Fitted Furniture for Every Room. Book your free home design visit today at sharps.co.uk.
When I woke up, they said, Alyssa, you've got leukemia. We found out that the chemo wasn't working.
Cancer is still the biggest killer of children in the UK, but innovative new treatments could help beat cancer for more children like Alyssa.
I'm cancer-free now.
Text, call or search to give £3 a month and help build a new children's cancer centre at Great Ormond Street Hospital. So together, we can save more lives.
Yes, we've won £1,000! Play bingo at Tombola for free in September, where a £1,000 full house prize will be won every day. Open for fun.
Unexpected expense. Drafty's got your back. Borrowing £100 for a month costs less than £6. Apply at drafty.co.uk.
You might think people our age spend all day twiddling our thumbs. Well, yes, that does happen. You see, becoming more, shall we say, experienced has its advantages. Like Saga's 5-star rated car insurance, designed for people over 50. That protects your no-claim discount, even if you're hit by an uninsured driver. There's a reason it's award-winning. Call or visit saga.co.uk for a quote today.
With Post Office Over 50s live cover, enjoy peace of mind knowing your family will receive a guaranteed payout when you're gone. UK resident 50 to 80, your guaranteed acceptance. No health checks and from just £1.15 a week. Plus free 24/7 GP access with the health and wellbeing benefit. Purchase and receive a £125 gift card for amazon.co.uk, Tesco or M&S. Call Post Office on 0800 171 2211.